Tonight's stories follow campers who entered isolated forests and mountain paths where something felt wrong from the start. Trails that narrowed, silence that pressed in, a sense of being watched that never went away, and then nothing. What makes these cases disturbing isn't what was found, it's what wasn't. No bodies, no clear explanations. Only haunted wilderness paths that seem to remember everyone who walks them, and sometimes decide not to let them leave. If you've ever camped alone, if you've ever felt the forest watching back, stay with us. These are the true stories of campers who vanished on haunted wilderness paths. My name is Ethan Rowe. I'm not writing this because I want attention, and I'm not writing it because I think anyone can save me now. I'm writing because people deserve to know how easy it is to disappear without anything dramatic happening at all. No screams. No monsters. No sudden violence. Just a trail, a map, and a series of small decisions that slowly stopped making sense. I arrived at Black Pine Trail just after sunrise. The parking lot was empty except for my car and a Ranger truck that looked like it hadn't moved in days. I remember noticing that detail because it made the place feel official and safe, like someone was nearby, even if I never saw them. The trailhead sign was clean, recently repainted, and it clearly stated the loop was 5 miles. Moderate difficulty. Estimated hiking time, 3 to 4 hours. I'd done longer hikes before breakfast. The weather was perfect. Cool air, no fog, clear sky. I checked my phone for signal out of habit, saw one bar flicker and disappear, and didn't think twice about it. That happens all the time. I folded the map, slid it into the side pocket of my pack, and stepped onto the trail at 7:42 a.m. I remember the time because I sent a quick text to my sister before losing service. I told her I'd be back by lunch. The first mile felt almost boring. Pine needles muffled my footsteps. Birds moved through the canopy, close enough that I could hear the flutter of wings. The trail was clearly marked, well maintained, and wide enough for 2 people to walk side by side. I passed a wooden post stamped with a trail marker and felt that quiet satisfaction that comes from knowing exactly where you are. That feeling didn't last. About an hour in, I noticed something small and strange. The forest was still, but not in an ominous way. There was no wind, no rustling branches, no distant animal sounds. It felt like being inside a paused video. I stopped walking just to test it, holding my breath, waiting for something to move. Nothing did. I told myself that early mornings can be like that. Wildlife settles. Sounds carry differently. There was nothing threatening about it, just empty. I kept walking. The bent cedar tree appeared sometime after that. I didn't notice it at first because it wasn't remarkable on its own. Just a tall cedar growing at an odd angle. Its trunk curved like a bent knee before straightening toward the sky. I passed it on my right, glanced at it, and moved on without slowing down. When I saw it the second time, I stopped. I was sure it was the same tree. The bend was too specific. The bark had a pale scar, halfway up where a branch had broken off years ago. I stood there, confused but not scared, and checked the map. According to the trail layout, I shouldn't have looped back yet. I hadn't taken any side paths. I hadn't turned around. I shrugged it off. Trails can wind. Angles can deceive you. I told myself I'd misjudged the distance. The third time I passed the bent cedar tree, I laughed. Out loud. A sharp, nervous sound that echoed farther than I expected. I told myself this was one of those moments hikers talk about later. A weird coincidence. A funny story. I even took a photo of the tree with my phone, planning to show it to someone later as proof that the forest had played a trick on me. That was when I noticed my footprints were gone. The ground behind me was covered in pine needles and loose dirt, perfect for holding impressions. I could see the prints clearly in front of me, leading forward along the trail. Behind me there was nothing. No scuffs. No compressed soil. It looked untouched, like I'd been lowered onto the trail from above. I crouched down and ran my hand over the ground, half expecting to feel something strange. It felt normal. Dry, cool. I stood up quickly, suddenly aware of how quiet it had become again. I started walking faster, not running yet, but no longer strolling. My breathing picked up, and I focused on the rhythm of my steps, the familiar burn in my calves. Physical sensations helped keep my thoughts grounded. This was just disorientation. That happens. Panic makes patterns where none exist. The bent cedar tree appeared again. This time I didn't laugh. I checked my watch. It was 11:03 a.m. I'd been walking for over 3 hours. I should have been close to finishing the loop. Instead, I was standing in front of the same tree for the 4th time, with no memory of turning around. I pulled out the map and spread it on my knee, forcing myself to slow down and think. The trail loop was simple. No complex intersections. No unmarked forks. I traced the route with my finger, then looked up and matched it to the land around me. Everything lined up except my position. That was when I noticed the trail ahead looked slightly different. Not wrong. Just narrower. The trees seemed closer together, their branches dipping lower. I told myself it was a trick of perspective, but my chest tightened anyway. I took a step forward, then stopped and looked back at the bent cedar tree. It was farther away than it should have been. I don't mean by much. A few extra yards, maybe, but enough that it made my stomach drop. Distance doesn't change like that when you aren't moving. I took another step forward, then another. The trail felt softer underfoot, like the ground had been recently disturbed. I glanced back again. The tree was farther still. That's when I realized I wasn't looping anymore. I was being eased forward. I don't know how else to describe it. I wasn't pulled. I wasn't chased. Nothing touched me. The forest simply allowed me to move in one direction and quietly erased the path behind me as I went. My footprints vanished within seconds now, fading into the ground like they'd never existed. I told myself to stop. I told myself to turn around. Instead, I kept walking. Not because I wanted to, but because the idea of stopping felt wrong, like holding my breath for too long. Each step forward brought a strange sense of relief, as if the trail approved of the movement. The silence pressed in, heavy but patient. By the time I passed the bent cedar tree for the 7th time, I understood something I wish I hadn't. The trail wasn't lost. I was. And whatever was happening didn't need me to panic. It only needed me to keep going. I don't remember deciding to stop checking my watch, but at some point I did. Time had started behaving strangely, stretching and compressing in ways that made it useless as a reference. Every time I looked down, the numbers felt wrong. Not impossible, just unreliable, like they were guessing. The forest ahead continued to narrow. The trail didn't disappear, not exactly. It simply became more intentional. The ground was smoother now, free of rocks and roots, as if it had been prepared. My boots made less sound with each step, until even I couldn't hear myself walking anymore. That's when I realized something else had changed. I could still hear my breathing, but it sounded distant, like it was coming from somewhere behind me. I stopped again, heart hammering, and took a deep breath on purpose. The sound lagged, arriving a second late, soft and thin. I turned slowly, expecting to see nothing. What I saw instead was the trail. Not behind me, but different. The path didn't end where it should have. It didn't curve. It didn't narrow. It simply stopped, cut off cleanly, replaced by untouched forest floor. No footprints, no disturbed soil. No sign I'd ever come from that direction at all. Panic finally broke through then, sharp and electric. I spun in a full circle, scanning the trees, looking for markers, signs, anything familiar. Everything looked the same, too same. Pines spaced evenly apart, undergrowth low and sparse. It felt curated, like a diorama someone had spent a long time perfecting. I reached for my phone again, even though I knew better. The screen lit up immediately, which surprised me enough that I almost dropped it. No signal, no GPS, but the compass app loaded. The needle spun, not wildly, slowly, deliberately. It made a full circle, paused, then pointed straight ahead, directly down the trail. I laughed again, but this time there was no humor in it. My mouth felt dry and my tongue stuck to my teeth. I considered stepping off the trail, just to prove I could. Just to remind myself I had choices. I lifted my foot and moved it to the side. The moment my boot left the packed dirt of the trail, the forest reacted. The temperature dropped instantly, sharp enough to sting my skin. The light dimmed. Not like clouds passing overhead, but like someone had lowered a dimmer switch. I felt a pressure in my ears, the kind you get when changing altitude too fast. I pulled my foot back onto the trail without thinking. Everything returned to normal. The light brightened. The air warmed. The pressure vanished. It was subtle enough that I could have convinced myself it was imagined, if my heart hadn't been pounding so hard. I understood then that the trail wasn't just a path. It was a boundary. I continued walking. Slower now, more cautious. My body felt heavy, but not tired. My legs moved easily, almost too easily, like they no longer needed encouragement. Hunger and thirst faded into the background, replaced by a dull, persistent focus on forward motion. I started noticing details I hadn't before. The trees on either side of the trail leaned inward, their branches overlapping above me, forming a loose canopy. The needles overhead absorbed sound completely. Even when I snapped a twig under my boot on purpose, the noise felt swallowed before it could travel. I tried shouting. My voice came out wrong. Not distorted, just absorbed. The sound didn't echo or fade. It simply stopped existing a few feet from my mouth. That's when I heard footsteps. They weren't behind me. They were beside me. I stopped. The footsteps stopped. I took one step forward. A matching step sounded to my left, perfectly timed. I couldn't see anything through the trees, but I could sense movement, a presence pacing me just out of view. I didn't call out again. I don't know why. Maybe part of me already understood that whatever was there didn't need an invitation. The trail sloped downward gently, and the air grew damp. I smelled water before I saw it. A creek appeared ahead, narrow and shallow, cutting across the path. The water was clear and slow, moving, barely disturbing the stones beneath it. Relief washed over me, sudden and intense. Water meant landmarks. Water meant logic. Every survival instinct I had latched onto it like a lifeline. I knelt at the edge and dipped my fingers into the stream. The water was ice cold. Too cold for the mild weather. It burned my skin, but I didn't pull away right away. The sensation grounded me, sharp and real. I splashed some on my face and took a deep breath. When I looked up, the trail on the other side of the creek was gone. Not hidden, not obscured, gone. The ground beyond the water rose into a wall of trees and brush so dense it looked solid. No opening, no continuation. Just forest, unbroken and hostile. I turned back toward the trail behind me. The creek was no longer there. I was still kneeling, my hand hovering inches above dry dirt. No water, no stones. No sound of flowing anything. The air smelled like pine again, crisp and clean. I staggered to my feet, dizzy. The footsteps beside me returned, closer now. I could feel vibrations through the ground, subtle but undeniable. Whatever was walking with me wasn't trying to hide anymore. "Stop," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. The footsteps stopped. For the first time since entering the trail, I felt truly watched. Not observed in a passive way, but evaluated. Like something was deciding what to do with me. I thought of the bent cedar tree then, and how it had appeared again and again, like a checkpoint, a test. I wondered if I'd failed something without realizing it. The trail ahead curved slightly to the right. I followed it. I don't know how long I walked after that. Minutes maybe. Hours. The forest grew darker, not because the sun was setting, but because less light seemed allowed through. My thoughts slowed, becoming simpler, narrower. Breathe. Step. A shape appeared ahead, breaking the monotony. At first, I thought it was another hiker. The relief was so intense it hurt. My throat tightened, and my eyes burned. I quickened my pace, waving one arm. "Hey." The figure didn't move. As I got closer, details resolved. The shape was human-sized, standing just off the trail, partially obscured by branches. It was facing away from me, head bowed. I stopped a few feet short, suddenly uncertain. The clothing was wrong. The jacket was old-fashioned, heavy canvas, dark with age. The pants were stiff, faded. The boots were worn smooth, soles cracked. Nothing modern. Nothing that belonged on a casual hiking trail. I took one more step. The figure turned its head slightly, just enough for me to see its profile. There was no face. Not missing. Not damaged. Just unfinished. Smooth skin stretched where eyes and mouth should have been, pale and blank like an uncarved mask. It tilted its head, listening. Then it stepped onto the trail. And when it did, the ground behind it erased its footprints instantly, the same way it erased mine. I understood then what the trail was for. It didn't trap people, it replaced them. I didn't scream when I saw it. That surprised me more than anything else. I'd always assumed fear came with noise, with panic spilling out of your mouth before you could stop it. But standing there on the black pine trail, staring at a thing shaped like a person but missing everything that made a person recognizable, my body chose silence. The faceless figure stood on the trail as if it belonged there. Its posture was relaxed, almost casual, one foot slightly ahead of the other, weight balanced. It didn't reach for me. It didn't advance. It just existed, occupying the path the way a fallen tree might. I took a step back. The trail behind me shortened. Not dramatically. Not in a way that would have looked impossible if someone else had been watching. It simply felt closer, like the space had been compressed. I took another step back, and the air grew heavier, pressing against my chest. The figure tilted its head again, mimicking the movement I'd made earlier. I understood then. that this wasn't a threat in the way I'd imagined. It wasn't here to chase me or attack me. It was here to demonstrate something. It stepped forward. As it did, my body reacted before my mind caught up. I stepped aside, trying to move off the trail, to put distance between us. The moment my foot crossed the boundary, the world lurched. The temperature dropped hard enough to steal my breath. My vision dimmed at the edges, tunneling inward. I felt a pressure in my skull, like hands pressing from the inside. My ears rang high and sharp. I stumbled back onto the trail and collapsed to my knees. The sensation vanished instantly. The figure hadn't moved. It hadn't needed to. I stayed there for a long moment, breathing hard, staring at the packed dirt beneath my hands. The ground felt solid, real, dependable. Everything wrong about this place existed just beyond it. I looked up slowly. The faceless figure had turned away from me and was walking down the trail unhurried. Its steps were light, confident. The forest opened for it, branches shifting just enough to allow passage. It didn't look back. I followed. I wish I could say I resisted, that I fought every instinct and tried something brave or clever. I didn't. Following felt like the only option that didn't hurt. The trail responded to my movement with that same subtle sense of approval, the pressure easing from my chest with each step. The light changed gradually, not dimming but flattening, like the sun had been smeared evenly across the sky. Shadows lost their definition. Everything became easier to look at and harder to focus on. We walked in silence. I started to notice things along the edges of the trail. Shapes half hidden among the trees. Not people exactly, but impressions of them. A slumped posture here. A raised arm there. As if moments had been paused and left behind. Some of them wore modern clothing. Hiking boots. Bright jackets. Others were dressed like the figure ahead of me, in old, heavy fabrics. All of them faced the trail. None of them moved. I felt a tightness in my throat as understanding settled in. These weren't victims. They were iterations. The trail sloped downward again, and the air grew cooler. I smelled water, faint but unmistakable. Ahead, the path opened into a small clearing I hadn't seen before. A stream ran through it, wider than the one I'd knelt beside earlier, its surface smooth and reflective. The faceless figure stopped at the edge. It turned to face me. For the first time, I felt something like intent radiating from it. Not emotion, not hunger. Purpose. It raised one arm and pointed toward the water. I shook my head slowly. "No," I said, my voice hoarse. The figure lowered its arm. Then, to my horror, it stepped backward. Onto the trail behind it. The forest reacted instantly. The pressure returned, crushing and absolute. The air thickened, resisting my lungs. My vision blurred. I dropped to one knee, gasping. The figure stepped forward again, back to the edge of the water. Relief flooded my body. I understood the choice being offered. The trail didn't want me to die. It wanted me to continue, to complete the process, to become something that fit. I looked at the stream. The water was perfectly still, reflecting the muted sky. I could see my reflection clearly, and something else. For just a moment, my face blurred, the features softening, smoothing like wet clay. I recoiled, heart pounding. "No," I said again, louder this time. "I'm not staying." The figure tilted its head, as if confused. I thought of the bent cedar tree then. How it had marked my progress, how I'd passed it 7 times. Not endlessly. Not randomly. 7 checkpoints. 7 chances. I realized this was the last one. I turned away from the stream and faced the trail behind me, The pressure hit immediately, harder than before. Pain lanced through my head, white and blinding. I screamed then, the sound tearing out of me, and this time it didn't disappear. It echoed sharp and wild, bouncing off the trees. The figure reacted. It stepped toward me, fast now, movements no longer calm. The ground vibrated with its urgency. I forced myself to stand, legs shaking, vision swimming. I took one step backward. The trail shortened again. Another step. The pain intensified, but I pushed through it, teeth clenched, every nerve screaming. I focused on one thing and one thing only, leaving. I stepped back again. The forest howled, not with sound, but with motion. Branches bent inward. The light flickered. The pressure became unbearable, like my skull was about to split open. I fell, hands scrabbling at the dirt. The faceless figure loomed over me now, closer than ever. For the first time, I sensed something like frustration coming from it. The smooth surface where its face should have been rippled, as if struggling to hold shape. I dug my fingers into the ground and pulled. The sensation was like tearing free from thick mud. Resistance fought me every inch, but suddenly, violently, it gave way. I tumbled backward onto cold asphalt. I lay there sobbing, lungs burning, staring up at a familiar sky. A hand grabbed my shoulder, firm and human, and a voice shouted my name. "Ethan, Ethan!" I rolled onto my side, blinking, disoriented. I was in the parking lot. The Ranger truck was gone. My car sat alone under the trees. The trailhead sign stood a few yards away, pristine and ordinary. "Sir, are you okay?" a man asked, kneeling beside me. A hiker. Backpack, water bottle, worried expression. I nodded weakly. "How long?" My voice broke. He frowned. "I just got here. I saw you fall." "You look like you've been hiking for days." I struggled to my feet, ignoring the ache in every muscle, and turned toward the trail. It looked normal, wide, inviting. But at the edge, just before the trees closed in, I saw something that made my blood run cold. A bent cedar tree. Its trunk was perfectly straight, except for a fresh curve forming halfway up. My name is Patrick Doyle, and the first thing you should understand is that the tower I was assigned to has no electricity. None. No backup generator, no solar panels, no buried line running up the ridge. When I signed the paperwork, that fact was underlined twice, like a warning someone decided not to explain. It's an old fire lookout in a stretch of protected wilderness that still prides itself on being untouched. After tonight, I don't believe that word means what people think it does. The climb up took most of the afternoon. By the time I unlocked the door and stepped inside, the light had already started to thin out, the way it does when clouds stack, quietly instead of rolling in loud and obvious. The air smelled like old pine boards and dust that had settled into the grain decades ago. The tower creaked when I shifted my weight, not from weakness, but from age, like an animal adjusting itself in sleep. I set my pack down and went through the routine by habit. Logbook on the desk. Radio check. Windows latched. The silence up there was deep enough to feel physical, pressing against my ears until even my own breathing sounded intrusive. Below me, the forest spread out in all directions, an unbroken dark green that swallowed trails and landmarks whole. From this height, you could believe it was empty. That was always the lie. I'd worked parks before. I knew the stories people liked to tell, the ones about hikers who stepped off trail and were never seen again. Abandoned boots lined up neatly. packs found miles from where anyone should have been able to carry them. Most of it gets filed under panic. Exposure, bad luck. You tell yourself that because the alternative, that the wilderness can choose to keep you, isn't useful. Dusk settled in fast. The temperature drew enough that I pulled my jacket tighter, the fabric whispering in the quiet. Somewhere far below, something moved through underbrush. I couldn't see it, but I could feel the disturbance. Like a ripple through a surface that had been too still for too long. The smell of damp earth rose as the air cooled, carrying a faint metallic edge I couldn't place. I was writing in the logbook when I noticed the first light. It wasn't bright. That's what made it strange. It was a dull, steady glow, low to the ground, deep in the trees directly beneath the tower. At first, I thought it was a reflection, maybe a trick of the glass, as the last daylight blotted away. I shifted, leaned closer to the window. The glow stayed exactly where it was. There are no campsites down there. No service roads. No reason for anyone to be moving around after dark. I knew that. I'd walked the perimeter trace myself during orientation. Still, I told myself it was a headlamp. Someone lost, maybe. Or stupid enough to hike after sunset. It wouldn't have been the first time. Then another light came on. This one was farther to the left, partially obscured by tree trunks. Same color, same intensity. Not swinging like a beam carried by a person, not bobbing with steps. Just there. Solid. Patient. I picked up the binoculars and focused until my eyes ached. The glass brought the forest closer, but not clearer. The lights didn't reflect the way artificial ones usually do. They didn't flare or scatter. They absorbed the darkness around them, creating pockets where the trees seemed flatter, less real, like a backdrop. I keyed the radio and did a routine check in, my voice sounding too loud in the enclosed space. No response came back, only a thin hiss of static that made my jaw tighten. I reminded myself reception could be spotty at night. Moisture in the air. Atmospheric interference. Reasonable explanations stacked neatly in my head, like supplies on a shelf. The lights multiplied. One by one, more of them appeared, spreading outward in an uneven pattern. Not a line, not a circle. Something looser, like they were finding places that suited them. I counted 7 before I forced myself to stop. Numbers felt dangerous. Like once you acknowledged how many there were, you'd have to accept what that meant. The forest itself had gone quiet. No insects. No distant birds settling in for the night. Even the wind seemed to have backed off, leaving the trees frozen in place. The pressure in my ears changed. A subtle pop that made me swallow hard. I realized I'd been holding my breath without noticing. I tried to remember what the manual said about unauthorized lights. There was a section on lightning strikes, on distant wildfires, on vehicle headlights reflecting off low cloud cover. Nothing about this. As full dark arrived, the lights beneath the tower grew more defined. Not brighter, sharper. They cast just enough illumination for me to see the suggestion of ground around them, patches of pale forest floor that looked wrong somehow, like the texture didn't match the rest of the world. The smell of pine was stronger now, mixed with something sour that reminded me of wet stone. I told myself not to go outside. That was easy. I had no intention of leaving the tower. Whatever was happening down there, my job was to observe, not intervene. That was another lie, but a useful one. A sound drifted up from below. Not a voice, not exactly. More like the echo of movement, where movement shouldn't carry. A soft, rhythmic noise. as if something heavy was being dragged slowly over leaves. It stopped when I leaned out the window, started again when I pulled back. The lights shifted. It was subtle, and if I'd blinked at the wrong moment, I might have missed it. One of them moved a few feet closer to the base of the tower. Not abruptly. Deliberately. The space it left behind didn't with darkness right away. It lingered like an afterimage burned into my vision. My skin prickled, a fine, crawling sensation along my arms and neck. I became intensely aware of the height of the tower, of the thin metal supports separating me from the ground, from whatever was rearranging itself down there. I checked my watch. Less than an hour had passed since sunset. The forest floor beneath me was no longer just forest. It was a map I couldn't read, marked by cold, waiting lights that had turned on without permission. And as I stood there, listening to the silence stretch and strain, I understood something I hadn't before. The wilderness didn't need to chase you to keep you. Sometimes, it just waited for you to notice it was awake. I backed away from the window slowly, like the lights might react to sudden movement. The floorboards complained under my boots, a long tired groan that sounded too loud in the stillness. I hated that noise. It felt like an announcement. I moved again more carefully, and the tower answered with a softer creak, but it was enough to make my pulse jump. The lights below didn't flicker or scatter. They held their positions, steady as fixed stars that had somehow sunk into the trees. I told myself they were farther away than they looked. Depth perception at night can be deceptive, especially from elevation. I repeated that thought until it started to feel thin. I forced myself back to the desk and wrote a brief entry in the logbook. Unauthorized light sources observed beneath tower. Exact cause unknown. That was the language they liked. Flat. Safe. My handwriting looked tight. Cramped, like I'd been gripping the pen too hard. When I finished, I realized my hand was shaking. The radio hissed again without me touching it. Just a brief burst of static, then silence. I stared at it, waiting for something else to happen, but it sat there inert, dark face reflecting a warped version of the room. I reached out and tapped it lightly, like you might check a sleeping person for breath. Nothing. The smell in the tower had changed. The dry, dusty scent of old wood was still there, but underneath it was something sharper now, almost sweet. It reminded me of leaves left too long in a closed container of moisture, where there shouldn't be any. I opened one of the narrow side windows a crack, letting cold air spill in. It carried the same smell, stronger, like the forest was breathing it out. When I looked down again, the lights were closer. There was no denying it this time. The nearest one now sat almost directly beneath the tower, just beyond the circle of ground. I could usually see clearly in daylight. I could make out the base of the metal supports, their shadows stretching down and dissolving before they reached the glow. The light didn't cast shadows the way it should have. It flattened them, erased depth, made the ground look pressed and thin. Another sound rose up, clearer now. A dull, uneven thud, followed by a dragging scrape. It came in intervals, never quite the same distance apart. Like whatever was making it had trouble keeping a rhythm. Each time it paused, the forest seemed to lean in, holding itself still. I checked the stairs without meaning to. The trapdoor was closed, the latch secure. I hadn't heard anything climbing, and the rational part of my brain insisted that if something was trying to reach the tower, I would know it. Towers are honest that way. They broadcast every touch, every shift of weight. The pressure in my ears built again, enough to make my head ache. I swallowed, yawned, tried to force it to equalize. It didn't help. The feeling spread behind my eyes, a tightness that made the lights below blur and double, until I blinked hard. I thought about past searches. Faces of people in briefing photos. Smiling, sunburned, confident. I remembered a case where a man's flashlight had been found switched on at the bottom of a ravine. Batteries still warm, beam pointed straight up into empty space. The official report blamed a fall. Privately, people wondered why the light had been placed so carefully. One of the lights below dimmed slightly, then brightened again like a slow breath. I found myself mirroring it without realizing, my own breathing falling into the same pattern. When I noticed, I forced myself to break it, inhaling sharply. The light did not react. That somehow felt worse. I paced the length of the tower, counting steps to keep my mind anchored. The windows showed me the same thing from every angle: darkness, trees, those unnatural points of glow. No movement beyond their gradual, creeping advance. The sound from below had stopped again, leaving a silence so complete it rang. The radio crackled. I spun toward it. Heart hammering, but there was no voice. Just a low, intermittent pop, like something brushing against the edge of a signal. It couldn't quite enter. I grabbed the handset and called in, repeating my location, my status. My own voice came back to me faintly through the speaker, distorted and delayed by a fraction of a second. It was enough to make my stomach drop. I stopped transmitting and the echo died with it. The radio went dead again. Outside, one of the lights went out. It didn't fade. It vanished. The space it had occupied snapped back into darkness so abruptly it made my eyes water. I waited for the others to follow, for the forest to reclaim itself. But instead another light appeared a few yards away, closer than the last one had been. It felt corrective, like an adjustment being made. I leaned my forehead against the cold glass, careful not to let my breath fog it. The glass vibrated faintly under my skin, not enough to be sound. Just a suggestion of movement traveling up through the structure. I pulled back, staring at the metal supports again. For a moment, I thought I saw something shift between them. A distortion in the air, like heat rising off asphalt. When I focused on it, it resolved into nothing. Time stopped behaving normally. Minutes stretched, then collapsed. My watch said only another half hour had passed, but my body felt like it had been braced for hours. The cold seeped in through my boots, through the soles of my feet, climbing slowly. Another light went out. Another appeared. Always closer. The smell was strong enough now that it coated the back of my tongue. I tasted it when I swallowed, a damp, mineral flavor that made me think of deep places underground. I wondered, briefly and irrationally, if the tower itself could smell fear, if the old wood was absorbing it the way it absorbed everything else over time. The dragging sound returned, louder than before. I could hear individual impacts now, each one sending a faint tremor up the supports. Not climbing, circling. Whatever was down there was moving around the base, mapping it out. I stood in the center of the tower, every sense stretched thin, listening to the structure respond. The lights beneath me had formed a loose ring now, incomplete but intentional, like markers placed to define a boundary. I realized then that none of them had appeared beyond the tower. Not one. They weren't trying to leave. They were making sure I couldn't. The tower shuddered once, a small corrective sway, like it had adjusted its stance. I felt it through my boots before I heard it, a vibration that climbed my legs and settled in my chest. The dragging sound stopped. The sudden absence of it left my ears straining, desperate for any cue that the world was still behaving according to rules I understood. I went back to the window despite myself. The ring of lights had tightened. There were gaps, but they felt deliberate, like exits that had been considered and rejected. None of the lights crossed into the space directly beneath the trapdoor. That patch of ground remained darker than the rest, an unlit void that swallowed detail. A faint tapping started against one of the metal supports, not rhythmic, exploratory. Each tap was followed by a pause long enough for me to hope it wouldn't happen again. It always did. The sound traveled up the structure in tiny increments, metal answering metal in a language older than alarms. I checked the latch again, even though I knew it was secure. My hands moved on their own, muscle memory overriding reason. The metal was colder than it should have been, the chill biting through my gloves. When I pulled my hand back, my fingers ached as if I'd pressed them into ice. The radio came alive without warning. This time there was a voice. It wasn't clear. It wasn't strong. It slipped in and out beneath the static, fragments of sound that refused to form words. I leaned close, holding the handset so tight my knuckles burned. The voice rose and fell, never quite syncing with the noise around it. I caught a breath, a pause, the shape of a sentence without its meaning. Then it stopped. I waited, counting my breaths again, afraid to move. When nothing else came through, I keyed the mic and spoke. I didn't say anything useful. I said my location. I said I was seeing unexplained activity. I said I needed confirmation. My voice sounded wrong to me. Flatter than it should have been, stretched thin by the space it had to cross. The reply came back immediately. It was my voice. Not a recording. Not an echo. It was too clean for that. It repeated my words exactly, same cadence, same slight hitch at the end of sentences. It stopped where I had stopped. When I released the button, it released it too. The silence afterward felt deliberate. I set the radio down very carefully and stepped away from it. Outside, the tapping had stopped. In its place was a low, continuous pressure against the supports, like something leaning its weight into them to test their strength. The tower complained softly, a drawn-out whine that made my teeth ache. I pressed my palms to the desk to steady myself, feeling the vibration travel through the wood. The lights shifted again, closing one of the gaps. The ring was almost complete now, a rough circle of dull glow that pulsed faintly. Not in unison, but close enough to suggest coordination. The air around them looked thicker, harder to see through, like looking across water at night. I smelled smoke and froze. It wasn't strong, just a hint, threaded through the damp mineral scent that had taken over the tower. I leaned toward the window, scanning for any sign of flame, but the lights below didn't flicker like fire. There was no crackle, no heat shimmer. The smell lingered anyway, teasing a response from deep in my brain. Fire meant protocol. Fire meant action. Fire meant I was supposed to leave the tower. The realization settled heavy in my gut. I backed away from the windows and stood in the center of the room again, turning slowly, making sure nothing had changed inside. The tower was the same. Desk, cot, shelves. Shadows pooled in the corners, where the lantern should have been, where light should have existed but didn't. The ceiling pressed down on me, low and close. The pressure outside increased. The supports groaned, metal flexing under a weight that felt wrong for its size. Not heavy enough to threaten collapse. Heavy enough to be intentional. I imagined something bracing itself, finding the exact point where effort would travel farthest. The lights beneath the tower dimmed together for the first time. Not out. Just lower, like eyelids drooping. In that brief reduction, I saw movement between them. Not a shape, a displacement. Leaves sliding aside without wind. The ground compressing as if stepped on by something careful. I retreated to the farthest corner, my back against the wall. Every instinct screaming to put distance between myself and the floor. The trapdoor rattled once, just enough to send a jolt through my spine. The latch held. I didn't breathe until it stopped. My watch buzzed softly, the hourly alert I'd forgotten to turn off. The sound was obscene in the silence. Below me, the pressure eased. The lights brightened again, sharper now, closer to white. The smell of smoke vanished, replaced by something clean and cold, like air pulled from a deep cave. The radio crackled one last time. There you are. It was my voice again, but altered. Slower, smoothed out, like something wearing it carefully. I didn't answer. I couldn't. My throat had closed, my tongue heavy and useless in my mouth. The lights began to go out one by one, starting from the farthest point. They didn't reappear. Darkness reclaimed the forest in careful increments, leaving only the ring closest to the tower. When the last of those dimmed, the ground beneath me vanished into black. The pressure against the supports lifted completely. The tower straightened, relief traveling up through it like a sigh. The silence that followed was different from before. Not empty, expectant. I stood there until my legs shook, until the cold burned and my eyes watered. Eventually, the sky began to pale at the edges, the first hint of false dawn creeping in. Birds did not return. The forest remained still. When full daylight finally broke, there was nothing beneath the tower, no lights, no marks, no disturbed earth. Just trees and shadow, and the suggestion that if I leaned out far enough, if I listened hard enough, I might hear something shifting just out of sight. I stayed in the tower until I was relieved. I didn't tell anyone about the voice. I didn't write it in the logbook. Some things don't belong on paper. The tower still has no electricity. And every night, when the light fades, I feel the wilderness lean closer, patient and awake, waiting for me to notice it again. My name is Mason Clark. And if you're hearing this the way it was meant to be heard, then you already know how these stories usually end. Mine didn't end the way search and rescue reports say it did. According to them, my tent was found upright, stakes still tight in the soil, stove warm to the touch, food untouched and sealed. According to them, I vanished somewhere along the trail before dawn. That's the version that fits on paper. It's clean. It keeps the forest innocent. I started hiking just before sunset, late enough that the trailhead lot was empty, except for a single ranger truck parked crooked near the signboard. I remember thinking it was strange that someone would leave a vehicle there overnight, but I didn't see anyone around, and the forest was quiet in that way that feels earned, not threatening. No wind. No insects. Just the sound of my boots on packed dirt and gravel. Each step dull and even, the rhythm of movement settling my nerves the way it always did. I liked starting hikes late. The light changes fast, and your senses wake up. You notice things. By the time I reached the designated backcountry site, the sun was gone. but the sky still held onto a thin, blue glow through the canopy. I pitched my tent quickly, hands moving from muscle memory, fabric whispering as it caught on low branches. The ground was flatter than I expected, almost unnaturally level, as if it had been pressed down deliberately. I remember pausing with a stake halfway in, listening. There was no running water nearby, even though the map marked a creek, less than a quarter-mile downslope. I should have been able to hear it. Instead, there was only the soft pressure of silence, the kind that makes your ears feel full. I cooked a simple meal, nothing fancy, and ate sitting on a log just beyond the ring of my headlamp. The beam carved a small island of light out of the dark, and everything beyond it felt farther away than it should have been. The trees didn't sway. Their branches didn't click together. It was as if the forest was holding still to watch me finish eating. I told myself that was a stupid thought. The product of being alone, after a long and a longer week, but the feeling didn't fade when I crawled into my sleeping bag. Sometime after full dark, the fog came in. It didn't roll or drift the way fog usually does. It just appeared, thin at first, then thick enough that my headlamp beam died a few feet from the tent door. I lay there listening to my own breathing, to the faint hiss of condensation settling on nylon, and to something else that took a while to register. Footsteps, maybe. Not close enough to be threatening, but not far enough to ignore. Slow, careful steps, as if whoever was making them didn't want to be heard. I called out, my voice sounding too loud in the fog, and the steps stopped. No answer came back. After a minute, I laughed quietly at myself and unzipped the tent, just enough to shine my light out. The beam reflected back at me in a wall of white, the fog swallowing everything beyond arm's reach. There were no sounds now. Not even my own breath seemed to move the air. I zipped the tent shut and lay back, telling myself I'd imagined it. I don't know how long I slept. When I woke, the darkness felt heavier, pressing down on the tent as if the air itself had weight. My watch read just past midnight. The fog was thicker now, so dense it muffled even the faintest sound. That was when I heard my name, not shouted, not whispered, spoken at a normal volume, casually, the way someone says your name when they're standing right behind you. I sat up too fast, heart slamming, headlamp swinging wildly as I unzipped the tent again. Hello. My voice came out rough, and it seemed to sink into the fog without traveling anywhere. I waited, every nerve lit up, but nothing answered. The campsite looked wrong in the beam of my light. The trees at the edge of the clearing felt closer, their trunks crowding in, closing the space I'd walked through earlier. I told myself it was just the fog playing tricks with depth, but the feeling of being hemmed in didn't go away. I decided to walk a short distance, just far enough to orient myself. That was the mistake everyone writes about later, the decision made in the dark that looks foolish in daylight. I grabbed my jacket and stepped out, leaving the tent zipped and my stove still warm from the tea I'd made to calm my nerves. The ground felt different under my boots, softer, as if the soil had been turned recently. My headlamp beam picked out the trail, where it left the campsite, a narrow ribbon of dirt disappearing into the fog. I followed it, counting my steps, telling myself I'd turn back after 50. The forest seemed to lean inward as I walked, branches arching overhead, the space between trees narrowing until my pack brushed bark on either side. The air grew cooler, damp enough that each breath felt thick in my lungs. I noticed then that the trail was no longer the trail I remembered. It dipped sharply, the ground sloping down in a way that didn't match the map in my head. I stopped, intending to turn around, and realized I couldn't see the campsite behind me anymore. The fog had swallowed it whole. That was when the path narrowed further, compressing until it was barely wide enough for one person. The trees on either side were so close I could have touched both at once. The air pressed in, carrying a faint smell of rot and wet leaves, and something else I couldn't place, a metallic tang that sat at the back of my tongue. The silence deepened, a physical thing that made my ears ache. I took one step back, then another, and felt the ground shift beneath me, the path slanting forward as if urging me on. I remember thinking, with a strange, detached clarity, that this wasn't a trail anymore. It felt like a corridor, a passage shaped by intention rather than erosion. The forest bent inward, and the path narrowed, until it felt like I was walking down a throat. Each step carrying me farther from the open air and closer to something that didn't want to let go. I tried to turn around again. Harder this time, planting my heel and shifting my weight the way you do when you know exactly where you're going. My boots slid instead of gripping, the dirt loose and slick, and for a second I had to windmill my arms to keep from falling. When I steadied myself and lifted my head, the space behind me looked wrong. Not foggy, not dark. Wrong in a way that's hard to explain without sounding dramatic. The trees didn't line up the way they should. The path I just walked was there, but it didn't feel like something I could step back onto. It felt finished with me. I stood there longer than I should have, heart thudding loud enough that I was sure it would give me away if anyone, or anything, was listening. My headlamp beam trembled as my hand shook, the light skittering across bark and leaves. The trees were close enough now that their branches brushed my shoulders when I breathed too deeply. I could feel the pressure of the air, heavy and damp, pressing against my face and chest like a hand. Somewhere ahead of me, deeper in that narrowing corridor, something shifted. Not a footstep. More like a slow adjustment, the sound of weight settling into a more comfortable position. I whispered my own name under my breath, a grounding trick I'd learned years ago. It didn't help. The sound of it seemed to vanish the moment it left my mouth, swallowed by the forest. I told myself to move, that standing still was the worst thing I could do. That's what all the advice says. Keep moving. Stay oriented. Don't let fear make decisions for you. So I took a step forward, then another, the path sloping gently down, guiding me whether I wanted it to or not. As I walked, the forest changed in subtle ways. The ground underfoot became springy, as if layered with years of fallen needles and leaves that had never fully broken down. The smell grew stronger, that damp, metallic scent mixing with something sweet and sour at the same time, like overripe fruit left too long in the sun. My breath sounded loud in my ears, each inhale rasping, each exhale fogging the air in front of my face. I realized I was sweating despite the cold, the inside of my jacket slick against my skin. The headlamp beam caught on something ahead, a brief flash of pale color that made me stop short. I aimed the light more carefully and felt my stomach drop. Fabric. A scrap of it snagged on a low branch, fluttering slightly even though there was no wind. I stepped closer and recognized it immediately. The same shade of blue as my pack. Same texture. Same frayed edge where I'd caught it on a rock months ago and never bothered to repair it. My hand hovered inches away, fingers numb. Before I forced myself to touch it, it was damp and cold, but unmistakably mine. I didn't understand how it could be there, ahead of me, when my pack was still on my back. I shrugged it off as panic, as misinterpretation in bad light. But the rational explanations felt thin and brittle. When I looked back down at my pack, my heart skipped. The side pocket was torn open, the mesh shredded as if something had pulled at it repeatedly. I hadn't felt a thing. No tug, no snag. Just the quiet realization that something had been close enough to take from me without me noticing. I started moving faster then, not quite running but no longer careful. The path tightened further, the trees crowding in until their bark scraped my arms through my jacket. The beam of my headlamp flickered once, twice, then steadied, but the brief darkness was enough to make my chest seize. In that momentary black, I'd felt surrounded, as if the space itself had closed in around me. When the light came back, the corridor ahead looked longer than it had before, stretching down into a darkness that seemed thicker than the fog behind me. I heard voices then. Not clear words, not sentences I could follow, just the cadence of conversation drifting through the trees. They sounded close, just out of sight, and they sounded human. Relief washed through me so fast it almost made me dizzy. I called out, my voice breaking despite my effort to keep it steady. The voices paused. For a heartbeat, there was silence again, and then one of them answered. It used my voice. Not a perfect mimicry, but close enough that it made my skin crawl. The same pitch, the same slight hesitation before speaking. It called my name the way I do, when I'm trying to get someone's attention without startling them. My legs locked, refusing to move. I stood there, shaking, as the voice repeated itself, a little clearer each time, as if practicing. I don't know why I did what I did next. Maybe some part of me understood that responding was the worst possible choice. Instead of answering, I turned off my headlamp. Darkness slammed down around me, complete and suffocating. I held my breath, counting the seconds in my head, listening. The voices continued, but now they sounded confused, overlapping, the tones off in subtle ways that made my teeth ache. I pressed my back against a tree, the bark cold and rough, and waited. Minutes passed, or seconds. Time felt loose, unreliable. Eventually the voices faded, replaced by that deep, aching silence again. When I finally dared to turn the headlamp back on, the corridor was gone. In its place was a small clearing, no bigger than my campsite, ringed by trees that stood unnaturally straight and evenly spaced. In the center of it was my tent. It was exactly where I'd left it. Stakes tight. Guy lines neat. The faint smell of fuel still lingering in the air from my stove. For a wild moment, I thought I'd somehow looped back without realizing it. That fear had warped my perception and led me in a circle. I laughed, the sound sharp and hysterical, and walked toward the tent. That was when I noticed the ground. There were no footprints leading to it. None at all. The soil around the tent was smooth, undisturbed, as if it had never been walked on. I looked down at my boots, caked with mud and leaf litter, and then back at the pristine earth ahead of me. A chill ran through me, colder than the night air, settling deep in my bones. I realized then that finding my camp again wasn't relief. It was an invitation. I stood at the edge of that clearing for a long time, staring at the tent as if it might blink first. The light from my headlamp felt wrong on it, too clean, too even. Like it was illuminating a photograph rather than something physical. The air inside the clearing was warmer than the forest beyond, thick and still, carrying the faint smell of nylon and burned fuel. Familiar, comforting in a way that made my skin prickle. Every instinct I had told me not to step forward, that the absence of footprints was a warning, not a mystery to be solved. I took a step anyway. The ground felt solid, undisturbed, my boots sinking just slightly into soil that should have shown the imprint. When I lifted my foot, there was nothing there. No mark. It was like walking on memory instead of earth. I moved closer, slow and deliberate, half expecting the tent to dissolve or shift when I got too near. It didn't. The zipper hung exactly where I'd left it. My pack sat just inside, visible through the thin fabric, the outline familiar enough to make my chest ache. I reached out and touched the tent wall. It was warm. Not just warmer than the air, but warm in a way that suggested recent contact, like a hand pressed there moments before. I snatched my fingers back, heart racing, and listened. There was no sound from inside, no breathing, no movement, just the heavy quiet of the clearing, pressing in from all sides. I told myself I needed my things, that whatever was happening, I couldn't deal with it without my gear. Slowly, I unzipped the tent. The smell hit me first. Not rot, not decay, but something stale and enclosed, like a room that had been sealed for too long. The inside looked normal at a glance. Sleeping bag neatly laid out, pack upright. Stove where I'd left it, lid still off. The faint shimmer of heat rising from the burner. My food bag sat untouched in the corner. Everything exactly right, except for the feeling crawling up my spine, that I was looking at a staged scene. I stepped inside, careful not to disturb anything, and crouched near my pack. The zipper rasped loudly in the quiet as I opened it, the sound echoing more than it should have. My headlamp beam caught on the torn side pocket, the damage clearer now. Something had taken more than fabric. My map was gone. My compass, too. Small things, easy to miss in the dark, but essential. I swallowed hard, the implications settling in slowly. Whatever was happening out there knew what mattered. Behind me, the tent fabric shifted. I froze, every muscle locking in place. The movement was subtle, just a slight ripple, as if someone had brushed past the outside. I held my breath, listening for footsteps, for voices, for anything that would confirm I wasn't alone. Nothing came. The silence stretched, taut and painful. Finally, I turned, heart hammering, and aimed my light at the tent wall. The fabric bulged inward, just a little, then relaxed. I watched, unable to look away, as it did it again. A gentle press, testing. The shape wasn't distinct enough to call a hand, but the intent was clear. Something was feeling for the boundary, curious about what was inside, about me. I scrambled backward, hitting the far side of the tent hard enough to make the poles creak. "Stop," I said, the word tearing out of me before I could think better of it. My voice sounded thin, fragile. The pressure on the fabric paused. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, from somewhere just outside the tent, I heard a breath. It was too close. Close enough that the fabric fluttered with it. The sound was shallow and uneven, like someone struggling to breathe quietly. I pressed my hands over my mouth, terrified that my own breathing would answer it. The tent wall shifted again, the pressure sliding along the fabric, as if whatever was outside was circling, mapping the space. I could feel the vibration through the ground, a subtle tremor that set my teeth on edge. Then it spoke, not clearly, not in words I could understand, just a low murmur. The cadence almost familiar, like someone trying to remember how language works. The sound seeped through the tent walls, wrapping around me, making my head throb. I squeezed my eyes shut, fighting the urge to scream, to bolt, to do anything that would break the fragile stillness. Without warning, the pressure vanished. The fabric snapped back into place, the clearing outside falling silent again. I waited, counting my breaths, my heart threatening to break free of my ribs. When nothing else happened, I moved, slow and shaking, toward the tent opening. I didn't unzip it right away. I listened first, straining for any hint of movement. There was nothing. I opened the tent and stepped out. The clearing was empty. The trees stood where they had been, evenly spaced, their trunks pale in the headlamp beam. The fog was gone, replaced by a heavy, low cloud cover that blocked out the stars. I turned in a slow circle, light sweeping the perimeter. No footprints. No disturbance. Just the immaculate ground and the sense that I was standing at the center of something carefully maintained. I knew then that staying was no longer an option. Whatever had led me back here didn't want me wandering. It wanted me contained. I grabbed my pack, slung it over my shoulders, and stepped away from the tent, deliberately scuffing my boots, trying to leave marks. The ground erased them instantly, the soil smoothing over as if it had never been touched. Panic surged, hot and sharp, and I broke into a run. The moment I crossed the edge of the clearing, the forest closed in again. The corridor reformed around me, trees bending inward, the path narrowing beneath my feet. The air grew colder with each step, heavier, making my lungs burn. I ran blindly, branches tearing at my clothes, the headlamp beam bouncing wildly. The voices returned, overlapping now, some using my voice, others close enough to it that the differences were painful to hear. They called from all sides, urging me on, urging me back, filling the darkness with sound. I don't remember falling, only the sudden impact and the way the world tilted. I lay there, gasping, the forest looming overhead. The voices faded, replaced by a deep, resonant quiet that pressed down on me like a weight. The headlamp flickered and went out, plunging me into darkness so complete it felt physical. In that darkness, I felt the ground shift, the path narrowing one last time, drawing me inward. The last thing I remember is the sensation of being held, not by hands, but by the forest itself, the air thick and close, the silence absolute. After that, there are only impressions. Warmth, pressure, the faint smell of damp earth and metal. The reports are right. They found my tent the next morning, exactly where I'd left it. Everything intact. Stove still warm. Food untouched. They never found me on the trail because I wasn't on it anymore. My name is Daniel Frost, and I need to say that first out loud, because everything that happened after sunset feels like it's trying to erase me from the sequence of events. Like if I don't anchor myself to my own name, the night will decide I was never here at all. I was hiking alone in a remote section of Yosemite National Park, a place I'd been to enough times to trust my instincts without thinking too hard about them. That trust is what people mistake for experience. The trailhead sign was sun, bleached and scarred with old bullet marks. No cell service, no other cars. Just my truck cooling in the gravel lot, while the light drained out of the valley like water from a cracked basin. The plan was simple. A short evening hike. Clear my head. Sleep in the truck. Drive back before dawn. My daughter, Emily, was 4 states away with her mother. tucked into her bed by the time I crossed the first footbridge. I'd talked to her on the phone earlier. She'd told me about a spelling test and a dream she'd had about falling through ice. Normal things. Familiar things. The kind of details that make a parent feel anchored. The forest didn't feel hostile at first. That's the part people don't understand. It was beautiful in a way that demanded silence. Pine needles softened my steps. The air smelled wet and metallic, like stone after rain, even though the sky was clear. Somewhere downhill, water moved over rock with a steady, patient sound, the kind that makes distance hard to judge. I kept checking my watch, not because I was worried about time, but because the light felt wrong. Twilight stretched longer than it should have. Shadows pooling in places that should have already been dark. About an hour in, I passed a faded wooden sign bolted to a tree. The trail name was scratched out, replaced by layers of old marker and knife cuts. Someone had written a date beneath it, then tried to scrape it away. I didn't stop. I told myself it was old vandalism, hikers being hikers. Still, I caught myself listening harder after that. Cataloging sounds the way you do when you're alone and don't want to admit you're uneasy. That's when I heard my name. It wasn't loud. It wasn't dramatic. It came from uphill, slightly to my left, carried on the slope like a voice traveling down a stairwell. "Dad," she said. Emily's voice. Not a shout, not a scream. Just the way she says it. When she's standing in a doorway and wants to be sure she has my attention. I stopped walking so abruptly my boots slid on damp rock. My heart did that empty, drop thing, the kind that hits before thought catches up. For a few seconds, I just stood there, listening to my own breathing, waiting for the echo to explain it away. It didn't. I said her name out loud. It sounded stupid the moment it left my mouth, swallowed by trees and distance. I told myself it was memory. Stress. The forest playing tricks with acoustics. But then the voice came again, closer this time, and it said something that made my skin tighten along my arms. "Dad, you forgot my jacket." She had said that earlier that week. Same words. Same cadence. A small, annoyed sigh at the end, like she was already forgiving me for it. The rational part of my brain started listing explanations. Wind birds. Auditory hallucinations brought on by fatigue. I had read about it. Everyone who spends time alone out here has. But none of those explanations accounted for the detail. For the way the voice rose at the end of the sentence. The way it sounded slightly stuffed up, like she was getting over a cold. The trail forked ahead, though the map hadn't shown it. The main path continued level, hugging the slope. The narrower road climbed sharply uphill. Stones slick with moss and something darker, that reflected my headlamp in dull, uneven patches. The voice came from up there. I didn't move right away. I stood long enough that the cold started to creep through my jacket. Somewhere far off. Something knocked against wood, once, twice, then stopped. I remember thinking about search and rescue reports I'd read. About people who vanished within a few hundred yards of marked trails, leaving behind packs, boots, entire camps, as if they'd simply stepped out of themselves and walked away. I told myself I was just going to check. 10 steps. Enough to prove it was nothing. The moment I put my foot on the incline, the air felt heavier, like a pressure change before a storm. My headlamp beam seemed shorter, swallowed by mist that hadn't been there seconds before. I smelled wet leaves and something faintly sweet, almost rotten. "Dad," the voice said again, and this time it laughed, just a little. "You're going the wrong way." That should have stopped me. It didn't. I adjusted my pack straps and kept climbing, my boots slipping, my hand brushing against cold rock for balance. The trees grew closer together, their trunks blotting out the sky. I realized I couldn't hear the stream anymore. The forest had gone unnaturally quiet, the kind of silence that presses against your ears until you become aware of your own pulse. Halfway up, I found a shoe. It was a child's sneaker, pink and gray, sitting neatly beside the trail as if someone had placed it there. Clean. Dry. No sign of a struggle. I stared at it longer than I should have, my mind trying to make the leap from object to explanation and failing. I didn't touch it. I didn't want my fingerprints on something that already felt like evidence. The voice didn't speak again after that. Instead, I felt watched. Not in a vague way, but with a specificity that made me turn my headlamp slowly, scanning between trunks, over rocks, into the fog that now wrapped the slope like breath on glass. Every time I stopped, the sensation intensified, like something leaning forward in response. I remember thinking about the morning, about how rangers would walk this area with their eyes trained on the ground, about how they'd find my pack still zipped, my stove unused, my footprints ending where the rocks grew slick and dark. I remember thinking how strange it was that the idea didn't scare me as much as it should have. Somewhere uphill, something shifted, and I heard my daughter breathe. Not speak. Just breathe, slow and patient, like she was waiting for me to finish climbing. The breathing continued as I climbed, never getting louder, never fading, just present enough to keep me moving. My headlamp cut a narrow cone through the fog, and everything outside it felt compressed, like the night had leaned in to listen. The incline forced my calves to burn, and every step came with the risk of slipping backward, onto stone polished, slick by years of runoff. I tried not to think about how quiet it was. No insects, no wind in the canopy. Even my pack straps had stopped creaking. I checked my watch again. It was still early enough that I should have been able to turn around and make the truck before full dark. The time hadn't changed much since the fork, which didn't make sense given the effort of the climb. I tapped the face with my thumb, harder than necessary, as if it might wake up. The second hand moved. That helped a little. I called out again, louder this time, my voice bouncing back to me in fragments. The breathing stopped immediately. The silence that replaced it felt deliberate, like a response. I stood there, one foot braced against a rock, waiting for something to fill the space. Nothing did. The trail narrowed to the point where it was barely a suggestion, a series of scuffed stones and broken needles angling toward a darker mass of trees. The fog thickened into something with texture, beating against my eyelashes and dampening the collar of my jacket. I wiped my face and tasted mineral cold on my lips. Somewhere nearby, water dripped steadily, a slow metronome that didn't line up with my steps. I found a backpack wedged between two roots, half hidden by ferns. It was an adult pack, faded blue, the straps twisted as if it had been yanked free of someone's shoulders. The top pocket was unzipped. Inside, I saw a laminated map, folded and refolded until the creases had gone soft. A headlamp. A single glove. Everything was arranged too neatly for an accident, too carelessly for abandonment. I didn't have to look long to recognize the brand. Same as mine. I thought about turning back then. I even shifted my weight downhill, testing the angle. calculating how long it would take to descend safely. The fog moved in response, thinning slightly uphill, thickening behind me. It was subtle, but it was enough. The breathing started again, closer now, and this time it came with words. "Dad, I'm cold." My daughter had said that on a camping trip years ago, right before dawn, her voice small and embarrassed, like she didn't want to be a problem. I felt the memory land in my chest with a physical weight. The voice uphill matched it perfectly, right down to the way the last word softened. I kept going. The slope leveled out into a small clearing that shouldn't have been there. Trees ringed it tightly, their trunks scarred with old blaze marks that overlapped and contradicted each other. The ground was bare earth, dark and damp, crisscrossed with shallow depressions that might have been footprints once. In the center sat a low stone outcrop slick with moisture, its surface reflecting my headlamp in dull patches. I smelled iron. Not blood exactly, but the way your hands smell after touching old tools. Something moved at the edge of the light. I swung the beam and caught nothing but fog. When I looked back, the backpack was gone. My pulse spiked hard enough to make my vision tunnel. I backed toward the trees, then stopped when my heel hit something solid. Another shoe. This one adult-sized, the sole worn thin at the toe. It lay on its side, laces neatly tucked inside. I didn't need to pit up to know there was no mud on it. I heard voices then, more than one, overlapping softly, as if a group of people were talking just beyond the clearing. I caught fragments, names, directions, someone laughing. The cadence was familiar in a way that made my stomach twist. It sounded like the ranger briefings I'd overheard at trailheads before. Calm and procedural, the kind of tone used when panic is being kept at bay by protocol. A man's voice said, "He should have turned around." Another answered, "They never do." I stepped forward without meaning to. The fog thinned enough for me to see figures between the trees, shapes that suggested people without resolving into details. Headlamps bobbed. A radio crackled. I opened my mouth to shout, to identify myself, but the words stuck, trapped behind a sudden pressure in my ears, like descending too fast in an elevator. The radio clicked again, louder now, close enough that I could hear the static breathe between transmissions. A calm voice spoke my name, mispronouncing my last name in the exact way officials always did. "Daniel, if you can hear this, stay where you are." I froze. The figures shifted, their headlamps turning in unison toward me. For a moment, the light revealed faces, and I realized they weren't looking at me. They were looking past me, their expressions focused and intent, as if I were a marker on a map rather than a person in front of them. One of them knelt and brushed the ground with a gloved hand, then shook his head. "No tracks," he said. "Same as the others." A woman replied, her voice tight. "Check near the water." There was no water in the clearing. I knew that with a certainty that felt carved into me. Still, the sound of dripping grew louder, resolving into a steady trickle somewhere close by. The stone outcrop gleamed wetly. For a split second, I saw my reflection there, warped and stretched, my face too pale, my eyes too dark. The breathing stopped. The voices faded. The fog rushed in, erasing the figures as cleanly as a hand wiping glass. My radio, which I hadn't realized I was gripping, crackled once, then went dead. I stood alone in the clearing, heart hammering, the smell of iron thick in my nose. From uphill, from somewhere beyond the trees, my daughter whispered my name again, and this time she added something new. "Dad," she said, "they can't see you anymore." The words settled over me like a diagnosis. They didn't feel threatening. They felt explanatory. The way a ranger explains weather, moving in faster than expected. My first instinct was to prove her wrong, to shout, to wave my light, to do anything that would reassert the simple physics of being seen. I clicked my headlamp off and on again. The beam returned weaker, its edges fraying into the fog. I tried my radio. Nothing but a thin hiss that rose and fell as if it were breathing with me. When I lifted it closer to my ear, the pressure increased, a dull ache behind my eyes that made me wince. I lowered it again. The ache eased. The message was clear enough. The clearing felt smaller now. The trees leaned inward, their bark sweating moisture that caught the light in brief, blinding flashes. I became acutely aware of my own body. How heavy my boots felt, how my shoulders slumped under the pack, how the simple act of swallowing took effort. The smell of iron faded, replaced by damp earth and something faintly sweet, like crushed leaves left too long in a pile. I took a step toward the stone outcrop and felt the ground shift. Not collapse, just adjust, like a mattress responding to weight. I froze, listening. The dripping sound had moved closer, resolving into a narrow seam of water, running down the rock's far side. I knelt and touched it. The water was cold enough to sting, clean enough to be tempting. I cupped my hand and drank. It tasted like nothing. That scared me more than if it had tasted wrong. The fog thinned again, just enough to show a path I hadn't noticed before. It wasn't a trail so much as an absence, a darker corridor between trees where branches had been worn smooth by passing. I followed it without deciding to. Each step felt approved, my foot landing where it was expected to land. The pressure in my ears returned, steady and manageable, like background noise you stop noticing after a while. As I moved, the forest began to offer things back to me. A scrap of fabric snagged on a thorn, blue and frayed. A dented metal mug resting upright on a stump. A pair of glasses folded neatly beside a rock. I recognized the care in the placement, not reverence, inventory. I started to hear my daughter's voice less as a point in space and more as a layer over everything else, woven into the ambient sound. She didn't repeat herself anymore. She narrated. She told me when to duck under branches slick with moisture, when to place my weight to avoid a patch of lichen that would give way. She mentioned small details only she would know. How I hate the smell of certain soaps. How my left knee aches before storms. Each detail removed another reason to doubt. We reached water again, this time a narrow stream cutting across the slope. It should have been loud. It wasn't. The surface reflected the fog without showing depth, a dark mirror that resisted the beam of my light. I stepped across and felt the cold soak through my boot instantly, sharp and clarifying. On the far bank, the ground rose abruptly. I climbed and found myself at the edge of another clearing, smaller than the first. Something lay in the center. It was my pack. I recognized the scuff on the bottom pocket, the frayed end of a strap I'd meant to trim. It sat upright, balanced, the top flap open. Inside, my food was untouched. My stove was cold. The headlamp's spare batteries were exactly where I'd left them. The radio rested on top, its screen dark. I didn't touch any of it. I felt a sudden, overwhelming certainty that the moment I did, whatever sequence I was still part of would finalize itself. Instead, I sat on the ground and listened. Voices drifted in from the edges of the clearing again, farther away this time. distorted as if heard through water. I caught my name once. A woman crying. Someone saying they had to pull back before daylight. The procedural calm had cracks in it now. They were right here, a man said. I swear. Another voice replied, softer. There's nothing here. I looked down at my hands. They were pale, veins standing out sharply. When I pressed my thumb into my palm, and the skin dimpled, and stayed that way a beat longer than it should have. I waved my hand slowly through the air, and watched the fog pass through it without disturbance. The pressure in my ears eased completely, replaced by a sense of equilibrium, so perfect it felt artificial. My daughter spoke close enough that I could feel the warmth of breath on my ear. It's okay, she said. You did everything right. I asked her where she was. The question sounded distant, as if spoken underwater. She didn't answer directly. Instead, she described a room I knew intimately, the way the nightlight cast a soft star on the ceiling. The hum of an appliance down the hall, the weight of blankets tucked too tight. She told me she was safe. She told me she was sleeping. The fog began to lift in patches, revealing sky. Not stars. Just a uniform, lightless gray that pressed low, like a ceiling. The forest seemed to relax under it, branches settling, the drip of water finding a new rhythm. I stood and stepped back from the pack. The ground no longer shifted under me. I thought about the morning again, about rangers tracing the edge of this clearing, calling my name until their voices went hoarse, about reports written carefully, facts stacked into something that resembled understanding. I imagined my truck still in the gravel lot, dust settling on the windshield. I imagined my daughter waking up and asking why I hadn't called. The voices at the edge of the clearing faded for the last time. The radio in my pack clicked once, then went silent. I felt a gentle pressure at my back, not a push so much as a suggestion. Uphill, the corridor between trees darkened invitingly. I took one step toward it, then another. The fog closed behind me with a soft, final sound, like a door settling into its frame. My name is Aaron Whitlock, and I didn't think Lake could move until the night it decided not to be where I left it. I was supposed to be back at my truck before dark. That was the plan. At least, the kind you make with confidence because the map is clean and the landmark is obvious. A loop trail, a clear basin. A long, narrow lake shaped like a bent finger, tucked into a bowl of spruce and stone. I'd marked it with a pencil back at the ranger station, circled it twice. The volunteer behind the desk nodded and told me the water made it easy to keep your bearings. You can't miss it, she said. I believed her. The sun was still high when I dropped down toward the basin, and the air had that sharp, clean smell of cold water and crushed pine needles that always makes me feel steadier than I am. By the time I reached the shoreline, dusk had started to thicken the trees. The lake lay flat and dark, a sheet of glass pulled tight, reflecting the first stars like pinpricks. I remember thinking how quiet it was. Not peaceful, quiet like something holding its breath. No frogs, no insects. Even the wind seemed to slow when it reached the water. I took a photo with my phone, more out of habit than awe, and checked my compass. North put me where it should. I turned left and began to follow the shore, boots crunching on gravel that sounded too loud in the stillness. It didn't feel wrong at first. The trail faded in and out the way it does near water, a suggestion more than a line. The ground dipped and rose. I counted steps between landmarks the way my father taught me. Boulder, fallen log, stand of younger firs, keeping the lake on my right. The smell changed as I went, the cold wetness thinning into something mineral and dry, like dust after rain. I noticed it but didn't stop. The light bled out of the sky faster than I expected, a bruised purple settling into black. When I glanced back, the place where I'd come down into the basin looked different, the slope steeper, the trees closer together, as if they'd leaned in while I wasn't watching. I reached a narrow point where the shore pinched close to a wall of rock. The lake should have widened after that, opened into a shallow cove. Instead, the water curved away from me, pulling the shoreline like a ribbon being turned. I stopped. I stood there and listened. Somewhere far off, a single bird called, then went silent. My compass needle trembled and settled, pointing where it always had. I told myself it was a trick of light, that I'd misremembered the map. Memory is unreliable in the dark. That's what I told myself as I kept walking. After a while, my headlamp beam started to pick up details that didn't fit. The gravel underfoot became packed dirt, then pine duff, then a mat of needles so thick my steps were muffled. The water sound, just a faint lapping, grew softer. Like it was receding even as I stayed close. I crouched and touched the ground at the edge. It was damp, but not soaked. Cold, but not cold like water. I ran my fingers along the shoreline, expecting my skin to break the surface. Instead, they brushed against mud that sloped away too gently, as if the lake had been drained a foot lower than it should be. I stood up and circled faster, the beam of my light cutting a white arc across trunks and stones. Each time I thought I recognized a bend, a notch in the rock. It slid out of place, arriving too soon or too late. The air pressed in on my ears the way it does before a storm, but the sky was clear. No clouds. No wind. Just that pressure and a growing sense that I was being watched. Not by eyes, exactly, but by the shape of the land itself, as if the basin were paying attention. I tried to laugh it off. Sound carries strangely over water, and my laugh fell flat, swallowed immediately. I checked my phone again. No signal. The photo I'd taken earlier was still there, the lake smooth and full, stars reflected where they should be. I held the phone up and compared it to the dark in front of me. The shapes didn't match. In the picture, the shoreline curved wide. In front of me, it narrowed into a throat of trees and shadow. I turned in a slow circle, keeping my feet planted, and the beam traced the perimeter. The waterline seemed to slip as I watched, not fast enough to be obvious, but enough to make my stomach drop. Fog began to creep in without announcing itself. It didn't roll or billow. It just appeared, a thin milkiness at ankle height that thickened as it climbed. My breath sounded loud inside my own head, and the smell changed again, from pine to something metallic and old. I told myself to stop moving, to get my bearings. Panic makes people stupid. I knew that. I forced myself to sit on a rock and drink from my bottle. The water tasted flat. I waited for my pulse to slow. That's when I noticed the footprints. They weren't mine. They came out of the fog at the water's edge. Deep impressions like someone had stepped there and then vanished. Bare feet, the toes splayed, the heel pressed hard as if with weight. They led toward the trees, then stopped abruptly, as if the person had been lifted straight up. I didn't follow them. I don't know why I didn't. Maybe because the silence around them felt heavier, like a pocket of air that didn't want to be disturbed. I stood and called out just once. My voice sounded thin, unfamiliar. It didn't echo. The fog swallowed it whole. Somewhere behind me, I heard the faintest splash, so soft it could have been my imagination. I swung the light back toward the water, heart hammering. The shoreline had moved again. Where there had been damp mud, there was now a stretch of dry ground, littered with stones bleached white, as if they'd been exposed for years. I backed away slow and careful, the way you do when you don't want to spook an animal. The pressure in my ears increased until it hurt. I could feel my own skin, every seam of clothing, the pack straps biting into my shoulders. I tried to think of the ranger station, the fluorescent lights, the smell of coffee. I tried to remember the volunteer's face. It came apart in my mind, features blurring, as if my memory were being smudged. When I finally turned to head uphill, away from the basin, the trail wasn't there. The slope rose too steep, choked with brush, that hadn't been there an hour before. I could still see the lake, or what I thought was the lake. Through the fog, a darker shape in the dark. I told myself it didn't matter. Morning would come. Search teams would follow my route. Lakes don't move. Landmarks don't vanish. I said it out loud, because saying things makes them true. Behind me, the sound of water faded to nothing at all. The fog thickened until my headlamp felt like it was pushing against fabric. Every step forward seemed to pull the sound out of the world. No crunch of gravel, no snap of twigs. Just the soft hiss of my own breathing and the dull thud of my heart. I kept my light low, sweeping it back and forth at knee height, because something about illuminating the trees above me felt like an invitation. The pressure in my ears eased slightly when I did that, as if the land approved of my gaze staying down. I tried to orient myself the way I'd been taught. Stop, listen, smell, feel the slope under your boots. The ground angled away from where the lake should have been, but it wasn't consistent. I took 10 steps uphill and felt myself leveling out. Took 10 more and realized I was descending again, though my legs told a different story. The fog carried a faint wetness now, not rain exactly, but the suggestion of it, and underneath that something else. An old, stagnant smell, like leaves rotting in a place water used to be. I thought of another hiker I'd read about on a bulletin board months earlier. A man who vanished near a river bend, not far from here. His pack was found intact, boots neatly placed beside it. No sign of struggle. No body. I remembered the ranger who'd taped the notice up, shaking her head as she smoothed the paper. People underestimate how fast things change out here, she'd said to no one in particular. Standing there in the fog, I finally understood what she might have meant. I kept moving because standing still made the silence louder. My compass needle wavered again, then steadied, pointing me toward what should have been higher ground. I followed it, counting my steps, touching trees as I passed them to keep a tactile map in my head. The bark was cold and dry. No moss, no lichen. That felt wrong near water. When I reached out again, my hand brushed against something smooth and hard. Stone. I traced its edge and felt a familiar curve. The same rock face I'd passed earlier, the narrow pinch point. I was back where I'd started. The realization hit me in waves. First disbelief, then anger, then a thin, crawling fear that made my skin itch. I hadn't panicked yet, not fully, but I could feel it waiting, coiled and patient. I forced myself to sit again, back against the rock, and pulled my jacket tighter. I checked my watch. It was just past midnight. I tried my phone one more time, not for signal, but to look at the photo again. The lake in the image felt like a lie now, too perfect, too certain. I deleted it without really deciding to. Voices drifted through the fog then, low and indistinct. At first I thought it was the wind finally finding its way in, but the cadence was wrong. Human. I stood and called out, careful to keep my voice even. The sound returned to me altered, flattened. The voices paused. I strained to listen, heart in my throat. Words began to separate themselves from the murmur. Searched the perimeter twice. As no shoreline disturbance. As if it evaporated. They weren't talking to me. They were talking about me. I moved toward the sound without meaning to, drawn by the familiar rhythm of speech. The fog thinned enough for shapes to emerge. Headlamps bobbing, reflective tape flashing briefly. Search and rescue. Relief flooded me so hard my knees went weak. I waved my arms and shouted, the sound tearing out of my chest. One of the figures stopped. Another shook their head. They clustered together, lights pointing down at the ground. Water shouldn't be here, someone said. A woman's voice, steady but tight. Map says dry basin. Another voice, older. It was reported as a landmark. Witness said a lake. A pause. There's no sign of it, no sediment line. No debris. Nothing. I pushed forward, stumbling. Breaking through the last of the fog. The lights swung up, briefly illuminating my face. For a heartbeat, I was sure they could see me. Then the beams passed right through, striking the rock behind me. Cold swept through my chest. A hollowing sensation like stepping off a curb you didn't see. I looked down at myself. My boots were leaving no impressions in the dirt. I backed away, shaking my head, telling myself this was exhaustion, dehydration, my mind filling in gaps. The voices continued, oblivious. I followed them at a distance, afraid to get too close, afraid to be alone again. They walked the basin's edge, or what they thought was the edge, calling my name into the night. Each time they said it, the pressure in my ears spiked, and the fog swirled tighter around me, as if irritated. They found my pack first. I watched from 10 feet away as a ranger crouched and unbuckled it, laying out my gear on the ground. Everything was there. Stove. Food. Extra socks. She frowned, confusion etched deep between her brows. He wouldn't leave this, she said. Not like this. Another ranger knelt and touched the ground where my boots should have been. No tracks. He murmured. Not even scuffs. They searched until the sky began to pale at the edges, the fog thinning with the coming light. I stayed with them, shadowing their movements, listening to their clipped exchanges, the way professionals talk, when they don't want hope to leak out. When dawn finally broke, it revealed a basin that looked nothing like the place I'd entered. Dry. Rocky. Ordinary. No water. No shoreline. Just a shallow depression littered with stones, bleached by years of sun. I stood where the lake should have been and nothing beneath my feet but dust. They called it off mid-morning. Too many hours with no sign. Too many questions with no answers. I followed them back up the trail, watching the trees thin, the light strengthen. When we reached the ranger station, I lingered outside, listening through the open door as they debriefed. My name sounded strange in their mouths, like it belonged to someone else. One of them mentioned another case, years back. A hiker lost near a creek that wasn't on the map anymore. Another spoke quietly about fog that rolled in too fast, about radios going dead. An older ranger shook his head and said, Sometimes the land doesn't give people back. As the sun climbed higher, I felt myself thinning, like mist burning off. Sounds grew distant. The smell of coffee from inside the station faded. I looked down at my hands again. They were there, solid enough. But when I pressed my palm against the glass of the door, there was no resistance. Just a cold that went on forever. I don't know how long I stood there. Time had lost its edges. Eventually, the station emptied, engines started, tires crunched on gravel. Silence settled again. Different now, less oppressive but just as complete. I turned back toward the trail, toward the basin that no longer held water, because it was the only place that still seemed to recognize me. The fog waited at the tree line, thin and patient, like it knew I'd come back. I stepped into the fog because there was nowhere else to go. Daylight thinned it but never cleared it. The sun sat somewhere above, a pale pressure rather than a presence, and the basin absorbed it without reflection. I walked until the sounds of the road and the station fell away, until the only noise left was the soft rasp of my own breath and the faint whisper of my clothes moving through air that felt heavier with every step. The land sloped gently downward, familiar in a way that made my stomach knot. I knew where I was without seeing it. The place remembered me. Where the lake had been, the ground dipped into a shallow bowl. Dry now, cracked in places. Pebbles lay scattered like bones picked clean. I knelt and pressed my palm to the dirt. It was cool, cooler than it should have been in the morning sun, and when I lifted my hand, the skin tingled as if I'd touched ice. I waited for some sign, dampness, a trace of silt, but there was nothing. No line on the rocks. No smell of algae. Nothing to prove water had ever rested there. The fog gathered closer, thickening around the edges of the basin. I could feel it pressing against my calves, my knees climbing the way it had the night before. With it came that same old, metallic smell, and underneath it a faint sweetness that made my mouth water despite myself. Hunger, I realized, or the memory of it. I couldn't remember the last time I'd eaten. My watch was gone. My phone was gone. I had no sense of how long it had been since dawn, or if dawn had truly come at all. Movement flickered at the far edge of the basin. Not a shape exactly, more a suggestion, like heat shimmer over asphalt. I stood and took a step forward. The ground seemed to stretch, distance lengthening in a way that made my legs ache without carrying me any closer. I stopped and listened. The silence had changed again. It wasn't empty. It was layered, full of things just below the threshold of hearing. A low rush, like water moving underground. A soft, rhythmic sound that could have been footsteps if I let myself believe that. I remembered the footprints from the night before. Bare feet. The way they'd ended abruptly. I scanned the ground, heart pounding. And there they were again, pressed into dust that should not have held them. Fresh, leading toward the center of the basin. I followed, because following felt easier than choosing. The prints grew deeper with each step, as if the weight that made them was increasing, or the ground was softening to accommodate it. Halfway across, they stopped. I stood there, surrounded by fog, and felt the pressure in my ears spike until my vision blurred. Something shifted. The basin exhaled. The ground beneath me sank a fraction of an inch, not enough to throw me off balance, but enough to make my stomach drop. The air grew colder. My breath fogged, hanging in front of my face. I could hear water now, unmistakable, close and all around, though there was still nothing to see. The smell changed again, sharp and clean, the way lakes smell at night. I closed my eyes and the sound swelled, lapping, surrounding me. When I opened them, the basin had filled. The lake was back. It hadn't rushed in. There was no surge, no flood. It was simply there, a dark, flat expanse stretching to the edges of the bowl. The stones at my feet were submerged, their edges softened by water that reflected nothing at all. No sky, no trees, just depth. I stood at the shoreline, toes inches from the surface, afraid to move, afraid not to. The fog hovered above the water like breath on glass. Across the lake, a figure stood on the opposite shore. I couldn't make out details. Just a human outline, still and patient. It raised an arm, slow and deliberate, and pointed down at the water near my feet. The pressure in my ears eased, replaced by a calm that felt borrowed, fragile. I shook my head, a small, stubborn gesture. The figure didn't move. The lake lapped softly, inviting. I thought of the searchers' voices, the way they'd said my name. I thought of the volunteer at the station, her easy confidence. I thought of how landmarks are supposed to anchor you, how water is supposed to be reliable. I took a step back. The shoreline slid with me, the waterline maintaining its distance as if tethered. Panic finally found me then, hot and sharp. I turned and ran, boots skidding on stone that wasn't there, onesoning with air that felt too thick to fill them. The fog closed in, swallowing sound, swallowing light. I ran until my legs gave out and I fell hard, palms slapping against wet ground. Wet. I pushed myself up and stared. The basin was empty again. Dry, ordinary. The lake was gone, leaving no trace behind. My clothes were damp though, clinging to my skin, cold enough to make me shiver. I stood and spun in a slow circle, disoriented, searching for the tree line, for any familiar slope. Everything looked the same. Every direction felt wrong. Voices drifted in, faint but clear. Not searchers this time, not professionals. Casual. Laughing. Hikers. I moved toward them, relief and dread tangling in my chest. Through the thinning fog, I saw two figures approaching the basin. Packs bright against the muted greens and browns. One of them pointed at the depression and said, "Map says there's supposed to be a lake here." The other frowned. "Doesn't look like it." They stepped closer, boots crunching on stone. Unaware of how the air thickened around them, how the smell shifted. I opened my mouth to shout, to warn them, to say anything at all. No sound came out. I waved my arms. They didn't see me. The pressure built again, sharp and insistent, and the ground at the center of the basin darkened, as water began to seep through dust and stone. I watched them as the lake returned, smooth and silent, cutting off their retreat with a speed that felt deliberate. One of them laughed, startled, and took a step back. The shoreline moved with him. I stood at the edge, helpless, as the fog rose and the water deepened. Somewhere beneath it all, I felt the land settle, satisfied. They would tell the story later. About a lake that wasn't on the map. About how the shoreline didn't make sense. About gear found intact on dry ground. By the time the search teams arrived, the basin would be empty again. Ordinary. Harmless. They would say there was never a lake there at all. And I would still be standing at the edge, waiting for it to come back. My name is Owen Bellamy, and I'm writing this while the battery on my headlamp blinks its final warning, and the woods around me settle into a silence so complete it feels manufactured. I've always kept records when I hike. Distances, elevation gain, weather changes, heart rate. It's a habit that started as training and turned into something closer to superstition. Numbers feel solid when the rest of the world doesn't. That's why I trusted the GPS more than my instincts, right up until it stopped making sense. I started the trail just after noon, chasing the last stretch of daylight before an early autumn storm rolled in. The park was nearly empty. The kind of quiet you only get on weekdays, when the tourists haven't arrived yet, and the locals know better than to wander too far. The air smelled like damp pine needles and cold stone. Somewhere downhill, water moved steadily over rock, not loud enough to pinpoint, but constant enough to feel like a pulse under everything else. I remember thinking it was a good sound, reassuring, proof that the map matched reality. The trail followed a long ridge, narrow but well marked, with drop-offs that forced you to pay attention to every step. I logged each mile automatically, the GPS chirping softly at my waist like a patient animal. At 30:17 p.m., it froze. I didn't notice right away. I was focused on the way the light had changed, how the sun seemed to flatten against the tree line instead of sinking, casting everything in a dull, coppery glow. The temperature dropped fast enough that my breath started to show. I zipped my jacket and kept moving. That was when I became aware of the sound to my right. Not behind me, not ahead. Parallel. Footsteps that weren't echoes of my own. They matched my pace too closely to ignore, but when I stopped, they stopped. When I shifted my weight, I heard the faint grind of something adjusting on leaves and gravel. I told myself it was an animal keeping its distance. Deer do that sometimes. Bears too, if they're curious and not hungry. The rational explanations lined up easily, like they always do at first. I checked the GPS then, more out of habit than concern. The screen showed my position as a single unmoving dot, time-stamped 3:17 p.m. Elapsed time continued to tick upward, but distance stayed at 0. I shook it, tapped the screen, waited for the satellite icon to reappear. Nothing. According to the device, I'd been standing still for 6 hours. According to my legs, I was very much not. The woods thickened as I went, the trail narrowing until branches brushed my shoulders and the ground softened underfoot. The smell changed too, less pine and more rot, like wet paper and old mushrooms. The sound of water faded, replaced by a pressure in my ears that reminded me of altitude changes. The parallel footsteps never drifted closer or farther away. They stayed just beyond the edge of my vision, always one tree line over, always synchronized. I tried calling out once. Just a simple hello, loud enough to break the quiet. The word felt wrong in my mouth, too casual for the way the forest absorbed it without echo. No answer came back. The footsteps paused for a fraction of a second, longer than usual before resuming. My skin prickled under my jacket, a cold that had nothing to do with the temperature. By the time dusk settled in fully, the light failing in a way that felt abrupt, rather than gradual, I realized something else was off. I should have reached the creek crossing by then. It was a clear landmark on the map, a place where the trail dipped and widened, where you could refill water and rest. Instead, the ridge continued, unbroken. Trees grew closer together, their trunks dark and straight, creating repeating patterns that made it hard to judge distance. I caught myself counting steps, just to anchor my sense of progress. The GPS remained frozen. My watch said hours had passed, but the sky looked like it was stuck in that uneasy moment between day and night. Clouds gathered overhead without moving, a low ceiling that reflected what little light remained back down at me. The air felt heavy, like it was pressing inward. Every so often, I'd feel a vibration through the ground, subtle enough to dismiss, like the distant roll of thunder that never arrived. I started to smell smoke then. Not thick, not alarming, just a faint hint carried on the air. There was no glow, no crackle. Fire season warnings had been posted at the trailhead, but the forest around me showed no signs of burning. The scent came and went, weaving in and out with my breathing, impossible to locate. The footsteps to my right continued, unbothered. I told myself to turn back. It was the obvious choice. Night hiking in unfamiliar terrain is how people get hurt, how search reports begin. When I pivoted, careful to keep my footing, the trail behind me looked identical to the one ahead. Same slope, same trees, same narrow ribbon of dirt. Even the way the branches arched overhead felt mirrored. I took a step back. The footsteps shifted too, maintaining their position. Always parallel, never crossing. Fear didn't hit all at once. It seeped in gradually, filling the spaces between practical thoughts. I focused on small tasks. Adjust the pack straps. Check the headlamp. Drink water. Each action felt exaggeratedly loud, the click of plastic and the slosh of liquid, echoing in my head, if not in the woods. When I turned on the headlamp, the beam cut a clean tunnel through the dark, illuminating bark textures and floating dust. It showed nothing moving to my right, but the sound persisted, just outside the light's reach. At some point, I realized the forest itself had gone quiet. No insects, no birds settling in for the night. Even the wind had died. The only sounds left were my breathing, my steps, and that perfectly matched rhythm beside me. The absence pressed down harder than any noise could have. It felt deliberate, like a held breath. I thought about the missing posters I'd seen at the ranger station that morning. Faces smiling under hats. Dates and trail names printed in block letters. I remembered one case in particular, a man who vanished near water. His boots found miles apart with no tracks leading away. The ranger had shrugged when I asked, his expression carefully neutral. "Sometimes the woods don't give things back," he'd said. The trail dipped suddenly, more steeply than before, and my footing slipped. I caught myself on a tree, heart pounding, adrenaline sharp and immediate. The footsteps stumbled to a half, beat off for the first time. For a split second, I heard something like a breath, close enough that it brushed my ear with warmth. I didn't look. I kept my eyes forward, fixed on the narrow cone of light, and the path it revealed. That was when the GPS vibrated once, hard enough to feel through the fabric of my pack. The screen flickered, still showing that unmoving dot and the frozen time. 6 hours, it insisted. The night around me felt older than that. Deeper. I don't know how much longer I walked after that. Only that the sense of being accompanied never faded, and the idea of being alone started to feel like something I'd already lost. The headlamp beam began to feel inadequate as the darkness thickened, not because it failed, but because it revealed too much of the same. Every stretch of trail looked copied and pasted. The same bent sapling leaning inward. The same pale scar on a pine trunk at shoulder height. Even the stones embedded in the dirt seemed arranged with intention, like markers meant to reassure me that I was still moving forward when I wasn't sure anymore. My legs burned in that dull, steady way that comes from hours of exertion. Sweat cooled under my jacket whenever I slowed, raising goosebumps along my arms. According to my body, I was pushing hard. According to the GPS, I had not taken a single step since mid-afternoon. I stopped checking it after a while. Not because I didn't care, but because the screen felt like an accusation. Proof that whatever logic I'd relied on before had quietly stopped applying. The footsteps to my right continued without variation. They didn't rush me. They didn't lag. They matched my pace with a precision that ruled out coincidence. Occasionally, I'd hear the faint snap of a twig, or the soft crush of leaves, sounds that suggested weight distributed carefully, intelligently. I tried changing my rhythm, taking 2 quick steps and then 1 slow one. The response was immediate, perfectly synchronized. My throat tightened as I realized I wasn't being followed. I was being accompanied. The trail sloped downward again, and the smell of water returned, stronger this time. Cold and mineral-rich, carrying the sharp edge of wet stone. Relief flared despite everything. Water meant a landmark. Water meant the map could reassert itself. I followed the scent until the beam of my headlamp caught movement ahead, a dark line cutting across the path. The creek, narrower than I expected, but unmistakable. The sound was muted, like the flow was being absorbed before it could echo. I knelt to fill my bottle, hands trembling as I unscrewed the cap. The water looked clear, reflecting my light in broken shards. When I dipped the bottle in, the surface rippled outward, distorting my reflection. For a moment, I thought I saw something else there, a second shape bending beside me. But when I jerked my headlamp to the right, the beam caught only empty space and the familiar line of trees. The footsteps had stopped, not faded. Stopped. The silence that followed was worse. My ears rang with it, a high, thin sound that made my jaw clench. I capped the bottle and stood slowly, every nerve alert. I waited for the sound to resume, for the reassurance of that parallel presence, but nothing moved. The creek flowed on, indifferent. I took a step forward. No response. Another. Still nothing. A strange, unwelcome thought surfaced then, quiet and insistent. I had gotten used to not being alone. I crossed the creek carefully, boots slipping on slick stones. On the far side, the trail widened just enough to suggest a rest area. A flat patch of ground, a fallen log positioned like a bench. This had to be the place I remembered. Except it wasn't. There was no signpost, no worn patch from repeated stops. The ground looked undisturbed, leaves lying in a uniform layer, as if no one had stood there in years. The air felt heavier, dampness clinging to my skin. I sat anyway, more out of necessity than comfort. My muscles ached, and fatigue crept in around the edges of my fear, blunting it just enough to be dangerous. I drank slowly, listening. The forest remained unnaturally still. No footsteps. No wind. Even the creek seemed quieter, its sound pressed flat. My headlamp cast long shadows that didn't quite line up with the objects creating them, stretching in subtle ways that made my eyes strain. I thought about turning the headlamp off, conserving battery, but the idea of being swallowed by that darkness made my chest tighten. Light felt like the only thing anchoring me to myself. I checked my watch again. Hours had passed. It felt like much longer. My sense of time had started to fray, moments stretching and compressing without warning. I tried to recall the last clear marker, the last point where things felt normal, and found the memory slipping away, like water through my fingers. A sound broke the stillness then, soft but distinct. Footsteps. Not to my right, directly across the creek. They moved slowly, deliberately, crunching leaves in a way that suggested no attempt at stealth. I stood, heart hammering, and aimed my light across the water. The beam illuminated trunks and undergrowth, but nothing moved within it. The footsteps continued just beyond the reach of the light, pacing back and forth as if tracing the edge of visibility. "Who's there?" My voice came out hoarse, thinner than I intended. The words felt heavy in the air, dropping without echo. The footsteps paused. I held my breath. For a moment, I was certain someone would answer, that a voice would cut through the dark and reframe everything into something manageable. Instead, the sound resumed, closer now. Water, splashing softly as whatever it was stepped into the creek. The surface rippled again, and I saw the disturbance moving toward me, but still no shape emerged. I backed away instinctively, boots crunching on leaves that suddenly seemed too loud. The footsteps matched my retreat, closing the distance without hurry. My headlamp flickered, dimming for a fraction of a second before stabilizing. In that brief lapse, I felt something pass through the beam, a presence that altered the air without revealing itself. Panic threatened then, sharp and overwhelming. I forced myself to breathe, to keep my movements controlled. Running in terrain like this would be a mistake, a fatal one. I turned and followed the trail away from the creek. Every sense stretched to its limit. The footsteps followed, but now they were behind me, no longer parallel. The sound was heavier, more confident, as if a boundary had been crossed. The forest seemed to close in as I moved, branches snagging at my pack, roots rising to trip me. The smell of smoke returned, stronger this time, layered with something sour and metallic. My headlamp beam caught flashes of pale shapes at the edge of the trail, stones or mushrooms or something else entirely. I didn't slow to look. I couldn't afford to. My GPS vibrated again, insistent this time, and I nearly stumbled reaching for it. The screen glowed weakly, the frozen dot still unmoving. A new message blinked beneath it, text struggling to render. "Signal lost," it read. "Standing still." The words blurred as my eyes filled with tears I hadn't noticed, forming. Behind me, the footsteps grew louder, closer, and for the first time, they didn't match my pace. They were gaining. I don't remember deciding to run. I only remember the moment when control slipped, when the careful spacing of my steps shattered and instinct took over. The trail blurred beneath my feet, roots and stones flashing past in the narrow cone of light. My breathing turned ragged, loud enough that it drowned out everything else for a few terrifying seconds. When the sound of pursuit cut back through it, closer than before, something cold settled in my chest. Whatever had been pacing me no longer needed to pretend. The forest responded immediately. Branches clawed at my sleeves, tearing fabric and skin. The ground tilted unexpectedly, slopes dropping away just beyond the trail's edge. I stumbled once, caught myself on my hands, felt grit grind into my palms. When I pushed back up, I was sure I'd hear the rush of something closing the final distance. Instead, there was a pause, a deliberate absence. Then the footsteps resumed, measured again, as if my panic had been noted and filed away. I slowed despite myself, legs trembling. Running blind like that would only end one way. The trail curved sharply, doubling back on itself in a way that made no sense with the terrain I remembered. My headlamp beam caught a familiar scar on a tree trunk, then another, the same bent sapling, the same embedded stones. I stopped so abruptly my momentum carried me forward a step. The realization hit me with nauseating clarity. I was back where I'd started, or somewhere that wanted me to think I was. The footsteps stopped when I did. They felt closer now, occupying the space just behind my right shoulder. I could sense the displacement in the air, a subtle pressure change that raised the hair on my neck. I didn't turn. I couldn't. Every instinct screamed that acknowledging it directly would be a mistake I couldn't undo. The forest held its breath with me, silence pressing in until my ears rang. I forced myself to walk again, slower this time, deliberate. The trail accepted my pace easily, almost eagerly, smoothing out underfoot. The smell of smoke thickened, mixed with damp earth and something else, something organic and unpleasant. My headlamp beam seemed weaker, its edges feathering into darkness sooner than before. Shadows pooled where they shouldn't, stretching across the path like spilled ink. I thought about the missing cases again, the details that never quite fit. People found without shoes, without jackets, miles from where they were last seen. The way searches turned up nothing, as if the land itself had erased them. Standing there, listening to my own footsteps and the echo that wasn't an echo, I understood how it could happen. Not all at once. Gradually. Step by step. Until the idea of being found felt abstract, theoretical. The GPS vibrated hard enough to startle me. I fumbled it out of my pack, hands slick with sweat despite the cold. The screen glowed brighter than before, the frozen timestamp gone. Instead, a simple arrow pulsed at the center, pointing off the trail, into the trees. Beneath it, a distance readout ticked down slowly, impossibly. 20 feet. 19. 18. My stomach lurched. It wasn't guiding me out. It was guiding me toward something. I shook my head, shoved the device back into the pack without looking again. Technology had failed me once already. I wasn't going to let it make the decision now. I stayed on the trail, clinging to that thin line of familiarity. The footsteps shifted, moving ahead of me for the first time. Leaves crunched in front of my beam, then fell silent. I felt watched from every direction at once, the sensation so intense it bordered on physical pain. The trail opened suddenly into a small clearing. My light swept across it automatically, cataloging details. A ring of stones blackened with soot, a collapsed fire pit, the faint outline of a tent pad, barely visible under layers of leaves. This was a campsite. An unofficial one, old enough that nature had started to reclaim it. My chest tightened. I hadn't seen this on the map. I hadn't planned to pass it. And yet, the sense of recognition was overwhelming, like a memory just out of reach. At the center of the clearing lay a scatter of objects. A torn backpack, straps frayed as if chewed. A single boot, its laces neatly tucked inside. A jacket folded with care, placed on a fight rock as though waiting for its owner to return. I approached slowly, dread pooling low and heavy. The fabric was damp, cold to the touch. Inside one pocket, I found a laminated trail permit. The name printed on it meant nothing to me, but the date made my breath catch. 2 weeks ago. The footsteps circled the clearing, unhurried. I felt them pass behind me, to my left, then stop directly opposite where I stood. The air between us felt charged, thick with something unspoken. I thought about calling out again, about demanding answers, but the words wouldn't form. My throat closed around the question before it could escape. I understood then that this place wasn't a coincidence. It was a pattern. A sound rose from the trees, low and almost imperceptible at first. Not a voice, not an animal. Something like the forest settling, branches shifting in unison. The smell of smoke intensified, sharp enough to sting my eyes. For a moment, I thought I saw movement in the shadows beyond the clearing. Shapes aligning and misaligning, as if testing configurations. My headlamp flickered again, longer this time, and I felt the weight of the darkness press closer. I backed away from the campsite, every step deliberate. The footsteps mirrored me, maintaining a careful distance. The arrow on the GPS pulsed insistently in my pack, the vibration a constant reminder. I ignored it, focusing on the trail as it narrowed again, funneling me back into the trees. The clearing vanished behind me as quickly as it had appeared, swallowed by shadow. Time lost meaning after that. My watch continued to tick, but the numbers felt arbitrary. The forest remained locked in that same state of suspended night, neither deepening nor lifting. Exhaustion crept in, heavy and insistent, making my limbs feel like borrowed things. More than once, I caught myself thinking about stopping, about sitting down just for a minute. Each time, the footsteps drew closer, as if responding to the thought itself. Eventually, the trail began to descend in earnest. The air grew colder, damper. The sound of water returned, louder now, unmistakable. A river this time, wide and fast-moving. The path ended abruptly at its edge, no bridge, no obvious crossing. I stood there, heart pounding, headlamp beam trembling over churning black water. Behind me, the footsteps stopped. I waited. Seconds stretched. Then I felt it, that same subtle shift in the air, closer than ever. The presence at my back felt almost intimate, its nearness undeniable. I thought about the arrow, about the way it had pointed off, trail, toward the trees, toward the campsite, toward whatever end this was supposed to have. I didn't turn. I stepped into the river instead. The shock of cold stole my breath, pain flaring up my legs as the current grabbed at me. I fought it, half swimming, half stumbling, focused only on reaching the opposite bank. The sound behind me didn't follow. The footsteps didn't enter the water. When I dragged myself out, soaked and shaking, the forest on that side felt different, lighter. No footsteps matched mine as I staggered onward, following a faint but familiar trail. Hours later, well after dawn should have broken, I emerged onto a service road, legs barely holding me upright. A ranger found me there, disoriented and hypothermic, clutching a GPS unit that showed me standing still for 6 hours in a place they swore didn't exist. Search teams went back. They found no campsite, no abandoned gear, no trail matching my description. The map showed nothing but continuous forest. Sometimes, when I walk now, especially at dusk, I hear it again. Footsteps to my right, perfectly matched, just out of sight. I don't check my GPS anymore. I don't stop. I keep moving, because I know what happens when the wilderness decides to walk with you. And I know how hard it is to convince it to let you go. My name is Noah Granger, and I realized something was wrong with the trail at 10,004 p.m. when my headlamp beam caught a pale rectangle on the riverbank that didn't belong there. I'd been walking since dusk along a narrow stretch that followed the water through a bend of cottonwoods and basalt outcrops inside Glacier National Park. The air had that late, summer smell of wet stone and leaf mold, and the river kept a steady voice beside me, low and patient, like it was speaking to someone else. I wasn't lost. I wasn't tired enough to be careless. I had marked my time and distance the way I always do, checking my watch whenever the trail leveled out, counting breaths on the climbs. Everything had been ordinary until the beam of light stopped on the clothes. They were folded with care, not tossed, not abandoned. A shirt laid flat with the sleeves tucked in, pants folded lengthwise, then halved, socks paired and stacked. my hat placed on top, brim squared to the stack like a paperweight. I stood still long enough to hear my pulse in my ears and the soft click of the headlamp housing as it cooled. I didn't step closer at first. I didn't need to. I knew them the way you know the lines on your hands. They were mine. The shirt had a faint crescent of dried salt. At the collar from earlier sweat. The pants had a tiny white scar at the knee, where I'd caught them on granite last spring. The socks were the cheap gray ones. I buy 3 packs at a time. The hat had a frayed seam at the back that I keep meaning to stitch. I looked down at myself to prove the obvious, because that's what you do when your brain is trying to protect you. I was wearing the same shirt, the same pants, the same socks. My hat was on my head. I touched it with my fingertips, felt the grit on the brim. The river kept talking. Somewhere upstream, a stone shifted and knocked against another, the sound hollow and precise. The smell of damp earth was stronger down by the water, and the night pressed in with that subtle weight. You don't notice until you stop moving. I told myself it was a prank, that someone had found a spare set, that I was confusing details because it was dark. I told myself all of it quickly, because the longer I stood there, the more the silence around the folded stack felt intentional. The trail was no more than a foot wide where it dipped toward the bank, a pale ribbon of dust and roots. My boots were already scuffed with river mud from earlier crossings. I took a step closer, then another, keeping my light trained on the clothes, and nothing moved. No animal startled. No wind worried the cottonwood leaves. Even the river seemed to lower its voice. I crouched. The fabric was cool when I brushed it with the back of my knuckles, dry where it had been folded, damp underneath from the ground. Whoever had put them there had kept them out of the splash zone. I checked the seams again, hoping to find some small mistake that would let me laugh later. There wasn't one. My breath fogged faintly in the beam, and I realized I was holding it between touches, like that might keep the moment from locking into place. Behind me, the trail was exactly what it had been 5 minutes earlier. Ahead, it curved away from the river, climbing into the trees. I stood and turned in a slow circle, letting the headlamp sweep. No extra footprints. No crushed grass beyond my own track. The ground here was a patchwork of silt and gravel that records everything. I could see where I'd paused, where my heel had dug in. I could see the clean edge where the clothes met the soil, as if they had been lowered carefully rather than dropped. I did the sensible thing next. I checked the time in the map. The watch face glowed. 10:47. The map showed the same mile marker I'd passed not long before. I hadn't looped. I hadn't doubled back. I hadn't blacked out. I could feel the strap of my pack biting into my shoulders, the way it always does after a few hours. I could smell the faint plastic of the water bladder through the nylon. Everything I was experiencing belonged to me. I didn't pick the clothes up. I stepped around them, gave the river a wider berth, and kept walking. I told myself I would mention it to a ranger in the morning, that it would be a story to tell with a shrug and a raised eyebrow. I kept my pace steady and listened to the rhythm of my boots, the way the gravel answered each step differently. The trail climbed, then flattened. The cottonwoods gave way to darker timber. The headlamp caught the eyes of something small that vanished before I could place it. 5 minutes later, I smelled the river again, stronger this time, and the sound returned on my left instead of my right. The trail dipped toward the bank, and my light fell on another pale rectangle. This one was set a little farther from the water, as if whoever had done the folding had learned something from the first spot. My stomach tightened in a way that made me aware of my spine, of the pressure between my shoulders. I didn't crouch this time. I stopped where I was and counted breaths. 1, 2, 3. The clothes were arranged in the same order. Pants, socks, hat, mine. I checked myself again, faster now, still wearing them. I felt the grit on the brim. I tasted metal at the back of my tongue. The river spoke steadily, and the smell of wet stone was sharp enough to sting. The ground here showed my prints approaching, then stopping. No other marks. No scuffs leading away. The trail ahead looked untouched, as if it were waiting its turn. I backed up until the clothes were out of the beam, then turned and walked the way I'd come. The trail did what trails do. It curved, it rose and fell. It took me back to the bend where the cottonwoods thinned. The first stack of clothes was gone. Not disturbed. Gone. The ground where it had been was smooth, the silt calmed by water or time, or something that left no edge. My earlier prints were there, clear as stamps, ending where I'd stopped. Beyond them, nothing. I stood there longer than I should have, listening. There's a particular quality to silence in the woods at night, when it isn't fear yet, just attention. The pressure of it is like a hand between your shoulder blades. Realized then that the trail hadn't been leading me away from anything. It had been keeping pace. Each time I moved, it had adjusted just enough to show me what I expected to see, until it could show me what I didn't. I started walking again, slower now, counting steps between turns, noting the way the air cooled in the low spots and warmed on the rises. The river shifted sides without warning. The smell followed. Every few minutes, the headlamp would catch a pale shape ahead, and my chest would tighten, only for it to resolve into stone or bark. I told myself not to look for the clothes. I told myself to trust the line under my feet. But when the beam finally settled on the third stack, placed neatly at the edge of a gravel bar like a marker, I understood the problem in a way that made my hands shake. The trail wasn't guiding me. It was copying me. I didn't stop when I saw the third stack. I let the light slide past it, as if it were just another pale stone, and kept moving, forcing my legs into a steady rhythm before my thoughts could catch up. The river was closer here, the sound sharper, broken by the occasional slap of water against exposed rock. Each step felt deliberate in a way it hadn't before, like the ground was waiting to feel my weight. The smell of cold water and iron rose with every breath, and I became aware of the way. The night pressed against my ears, muting everything that wasn't directly in front of me. I told myself not to look back. I told myself the trail was a line, nothing more, a worn habit of feet and time. Still, I started noticing the small things that didn't fit. Roots that should have crossed at an angle instead ran parallel to my boots. Stones arranged in arcs that echoed the curve of my stride. A fallen branch that lay across the path at exactly shin height. The same place. I always lift my foot a little higher without thinking. It was subtle enough that I might have missed it, if I hadn't already been primed to see patterns where there shouldn't be any. The river bent away again, and the trail climbed. My calves burned in that familiar, grounding way. And for a few minutes, I let myself believe effort would drown out whatever game was being played. Sweat cooled under my pack straps. The headlamp battery indicator still showed green. Everything measurable was fine. I kept my eyes on the dust and leaf litter, watching my boots disturb it, watching the disturbance repeat itself, a few steps ahead like a delayed echo. I stopped when I reached a small clearing where the trees opened just enough to show the sky. The stars were sharp, uncaring points, and the moon hung low, a thin slice that gave no useful light. The river was quiet here, more suggestion than sound. I turned in a slow circle, counting. 180 degrees. 360. The trail entered the clearing on one side and left on the other, exactly as it should. But there was a second entrance now, pressed into the grass at the edge of the beam. Narrow, fresh. Mine. I crouched and touched it. Fingertips brushing crushed stems still springy with sap. The angle matched the way I tend to cut corners when I'm tired. Shaving distance without realizing it. The realization settled heavy and cold. The trail wasn't just copying my movement. It was learning my habits. I straightened, feeling the weight of the pack shift, and forced myself to do something different. I took 3 steps backward, then sidestepped into the brush, pushing through leaves that slapped softly against my legs. The smell of green rose, sharp and alive. I stood still and waited. Nothing happened right away. The night didn't rush to correct me. The river didn't change its voice. I took another step off the trail, then another, deliberately awkward. Lifting my knees too high, placing my feet where I normally wouldn't. When I swept the light back to the clearing, there it was, a faint parallel press in the grass. Hesitant at first, then more confident, mirroring my clumsy detour. My breath came shallow, loud in my ears. The pressure at my back increased, as if the air itself were leaning in. I returned to the trail, because there was nowhere else to go that didn't feel worse. The line under my boots welcomed me with familiar resistance, and I hated the relief of it. I picked up my pace, then slowed, then stopped abruptly. Each time, the ground ahead answered in kind, the disturbances appearing, as if the trail were a few seconds behind me, always catching up. I thought of mirrors, of reflections lagging just enough to feel wrong, and the thought made my skin prickle. The 4th stack of clothes appeared near a crossing, where the trail dipped to meet the river directly. This time they were arranged closer together. Compact, efficient, as if whoever folded them was conserving space. I stood at the edge of the gravel and watched the water slide past, black and unreadable. The clothes were dry on top, damp beneath. Mine. Always mine. I noticed something new then, something small but undeniable. The shirt was folded slightly differently. The sleeves were tucked in tighter, the edges cleaner. It was how I fold when I'm in a hurry and annoyed with myself. I laughed once, a short sound that vanished immediately, swallowed by the trees. The laugh felt foreign, like it had been borrowed. I stepped over the clothes and crossed the water, boots sinking into the cold, the shock of it forcing me back into my body. On the far side, I climbed the bank and didn't look down. The trail rose sharply, switchbacking through darker timber. The smell changed again, resin and old needles, and the river fell silent behind me. Time stretched. I checked my watch and didn't like the answer. Minutes had passed, but they felt thin, insubstantial, as if they could tear. I started marking my progress aloud under my breath, counting steps in sets of 50, anchoring myself to sound. My voice felt too loud, too close. When I stopped counting, the silence rushed in to fill the space, pressing harder than before. The fifth stack waited at the top of the climb, placed squarely in the center of the trail like a question. I stood over it, light steady, and noticed the dirt on the pants. A smear at the ankle where I'd slipped earlier. A fleck of white dust from the basalt. Details I hadn't consciously registered when they happened, now reproduced with care. The trail wasn't guessing anymore. It was I didn't touch them. I didn't step around them. I stepped directly onto them. Feeling the fabric compress under my boot, a faint give of cotton and synthetic, and kept walking. The act sent a jolt through me, equal parts defiance and fear. Behind me, the river found its voice again, louder now, like approval or warning. Ahead, the trail adjusted, the surface smoothing itself, erasing the impression of my step as if it had never happened. I walked until my legs trembled, until the air felt thick enough to chew. The forest closed in, trunks crowding the beam, branches reaching low. The smell of damp earth intensified, and with it came a faint, wrong scent, like old laundry left too long in a closed space. When I finally stopped, heart hammering, the trail stopped with me. The ground ahead was blank, waiting. I understood then that as long as I moved, it would follow. As long as I chose, it would learn. The pressure at my back was constant now, a presence without shape. I turned off my headlamp and let the darkness take everything at once. The river disappeared. The trail vanished. My breath sounded enormous. I stood there, still as I could make myself, and waited to see what the trail would do when I refused to show it who I was next. The darkness didn't settle all at once. It came in layers, the way cold does when you stop moving. First the shapes went, then the edges, then the sense of distance. The river's voice thinned until it was only an idea, a remembered sound that might have been anywhere. I stood with my hands resting on my pack straps, fingers numb where the plastic bit into them, and tried to slow my breathing enough that wouldn't give me away. The smell of damp earth was stronger without the light, and beneath it was that wrong note again, faint but persistent, like fabric sealed away from air. I counted my breaths and listened. There's always something, even at night. An insect ticking, a leaf shifting. But the space in front of me felt held, as if sound itself were being asked to wait. The pressure at my back didn't lessen. If anything, it became more precise, like a fingertip finding the same spot again and again. I don't know how long I stood there. Time felt unreliable, stretched thin and translucent. Eventually, something changed. Not around me, but under my feet. The ground ahead made a sound I hadn't heard before, a soft, anticipatory crunch, like weight being tested. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. Another sound followed, closer this time, careful and exact. It stopped when I noticed it. I turned the headlamp on. The beam snapped a narrow tunnel through the dark, and the trail was there. Inches from my boots, newly defined, the dust still loose. Beyond it, the forest crowded close, trunks too evenly spaced to feel accidental. The river was gone. No sound, no smell. The trail extended forward in a straight line longer than it should have, then ended abruptly at a pale shape laid across it. The clothes were arranged differently this time. Not stacked. Not folded. They were laid out as if someone had stepped out of them. Shirt spread open, sleeves reaching. Pants pooled at the ankles. Socks placed heel to toe. The hat sat where a head would be, brim tilted just enough to suggest attention. My attention. I didn't check myself. I didn't need to. I knew what I was wearing. I also knew what the arrangement meant. It wasn't copying anymore. It was rehearsing. The smell was stronger here. Unmistakable now. Clean fabric and old water, the scent of something washed and dried and stored too long. I felt it in my throat, a tightness that made swallowing difficult. The pressure behind me shifted, not closer, but broader, like a presence spreading to fill a room. I took a step back, then another, careful not to turn. The trail answered immediately, the dust ahead scuffing, as if someone had matched my retreat. I stopped. It stopped. The realization landed quietly and completely. It didn't need to see me to know where I was. It had already learned the shape of my choices. I thought about running. The idea flared bright and desperate, then dimmed. Speed would only give it more to copy. I thought about leaving the trail again, about forcing a mistake. But I could already picture the hesitant parallel marks, the quick correction. I had shown it too much. So I did the only thing I hadn't yet tried. I stepped forward. My boot pressed into the space between the laid-out clothes, exactly where a body would have been. The fabric didn't resist. It felt like stepping onto absence, a hollow that remembered weight. The headlamp flickered, not dimming, just hesitating, and in that hesitation, I saw something that wasn't there when the light was steady. A second set of scuffs, faint but deliberate, aligned perfectly with mine, as if the trail were practicing my next a fraction of a second early. I moved again, slower now, exaggerating each motion. Lift, place, shift weight. The trail anticipated me, the surface ahead smoothing, preparing. The clothes behind me rearranged themselves with a whisper of fabric, subtle enough I might have missed it, if I hadn't been listening for any betrayal of sound. When I glanced back, they were folded again, neat and efficient, as if the rehearsal had concluded. The river returned all at once, loud and close, and the trail curved toward it. The air cooled, heavy with moisture. Mist rose from the water and caught the beam, breaking it into fragments. The pressure at my back eased, replaced by a sense of being flanked. I could feel the trail on either side of me now, not a line but a corridor, narrowing with each step. I reached the bank and stopped. The water slid past, indifferent, carrying the moon's thin light away in pieces. On the far side, the trail continued unbroken. On this side at my feet was the final stack of clothes, folded perfectly, improved. The shirt's sleeves were aligned more cleanly than I ever manage. The pants' creases were sharp. The socks were paired with care. The hat sat square, brim straight, the frayed seams smoothed flat. They were mine. And they were better. I stood there and understood. The last thing I needed to understand. The trail wasn't trying to take me anywhere. It was trying to finish me. To refine the version of me it had been recording all night, until it no longer needed the original. I stepped into the river. The cold was a shock that burned and clarified. It tore a sound from my throat I didn't recognize. I waded deeper without thinking, boots filling, legs numbing, the current pushing hard against my knees. The trail hesitated at the edge, the dust pattern breaking where water met earth. For the first time it didn't answer immediately. I went under, breath knocked out of me. The world reduced to pressure and noise, and the frantic insistence of my own body. When I surfaced, gasping, the headlamp beam shattered across the mist, wild and useless. I clawed my way to the far bank and dragged myself up, lungs on fire. Hands shaking so badly I had to press them into the mud to keep from dropping the light. I didn't look back. I followed the trail on the far side. Because it was there. Because it was solid. because the alternative was the water again. The corridor widened. The pressure fell away. The smell returned to normal. After a while, minutes, hours, I can't say, the trail began to behave like a trail. It curved when it should. It rose and fell. The river kept to one side and stayed there. I walked until the night thinned, until the sky lightened at the edges and birds tested their voices. I walked until my legs stopped shaking and started hurting in a way I understood. When I reached a familiar marker and knew where I was, relief came so hard it made me sit down in the dirt and laugh until it hurt. At daylight, I checked myself properly. My clothes were soaked and filthy, torn at the cuffs. The hat was gone. I didn't go back for it. Weeks later, after I'd stopped waking to the feeling of pressure at my back, someone found a neat stack of clothes on a gravel bar downstream, folded with care, improved. They said the river must have carried them there. They said the trail was confusing at night. I know better. Trails are supposed to guide you. If one starts paying too much attention, stop showing it how to be you. My name is Caleb Morris, and I didn't realize anything was wrong when the weight first started to bother me. It was close to 9, maybe a little after. The light was already thinning out, stretched and pale between the trees. And the forest had taken on that evening quiet that isn't silence so much as a careful holding of breath. I'd planned to make camp earlier, but the trail had been longer than expected, steeper in places, and I kept telling myself I could push just a little farther before stopping for the night. That was the first mistake, though it didn't feel like one at the time. The weight sat between my shoulders, dull and constant. Not painful, just present. The straps of my pack pressed into the grooves. They'd already carved into my jacket, and every step made the load shift in a way that felt slightly off, like it wasn't settling where it should. I stopped near a bend in the trail where the ground dipped toward a shallow ravine. The air there smelled wet and cold, even though it hadn't rained. I remember thinking the forest smelled heavier than usual, thick with pine sap and something mineral, like stone dust. I rolled my shoulders, trying to loosen the tension, and that was when the thought arrived fully formed and uninvited. You don't need this right now. It wasn't a voice. It didn't sound like anything. It was just a certainty that slid into place, as obvious as noticing your hand has gone numb. I shrugged out of my jacket before I had time to argue with myself. The relief was immediate. My skin prickled as the cool air hit my arms, and I actually laughed, a short, breathy sound that vanished almost as soon as it left me. I draped the jacket over a low branch beside the trail. I remember smoothing it out, tugging one sleeve straight, the way you'd leave something if you expected to come back for it. The light felt different without the jacket. Sharper. Cleaner. I took a few steps forward, then stopped again. The pack tugged at me, suddenly insistent, like it had grown heavier in the few seconds since I'd set the jacket aside. My shoulders ached. My neck felt tight. I shifted the straps, but the relief didn't come. You don't need this either. I sat on a flat rock and slid the pack off. My back straightened on its own, like a spring released. The forest exhaled. That's the only way I can describe it. The wind moved through the branches in a low, collective sigh, and the smell of pine deepened, warm and resinous. I didn't check my watch. I didn't inventory what I was leaving behind. I just leaned the pack against a tree and stood up again. Walking was easier now. My steps were quieter. The trail felt softer under my boots, even though I could see the same mix of dirt, roots, and embedded stone. I followed it downhill into the ravine. The trees crowded closer together there, their trunks tall and straight, their tops knitting the sky into narrow strips of fading blue. I didn't notice my boots until I nearly tripped over a root. The laces felt tight, restrictive. I stopped, balancing on one foot, and tugged at them. My fingers moved quickly, efficiently, like they'd done this 1,000 times before. The boots came off and sat side by side on the trail, toes pointed forward, careful and deliberate. My socks soaked through almost immediately. The ground was cold and damp, sending a sharp, waking chill up my legs. I hissed in a breath, but the discomfort didn't last. The earth gave under my feet in a way the boots had never allowed. I could feel the slope now. The subtle shifts in elevation. The way the trail curved left, then right, not sharply but with intention. It occurred to me, distantly, that I should be worried. I pushed the thought aside without effort. The forest had gone very quiet. Not dead quiet, just focused. There were no birds calling, no insects whining. Even my own breathing sounded muffled, like the air was pressing back gently against each inhale. The light was almost gone now, replaced by a gray dimness that flattened everything into layers of shadow. I kept walking. Time became difficult to measure. My legs moved steadily, unhurried, and I didn't feel tired. My feet ached, but it was a clean ache, honest and simple. I passed a fallen log slick with moss, then a stand of young trees growing so close together. Their branches interlocked at chest height. I ducked beneath them without thinking, feeling the needles brush my hair, my ears. Somewhere behind me, something shifted. I stopped. The sound stopped with me. I waited, my heart beat slow and heavy in my chest. After a few seconds, I convinced myself it had been my own movement echoing back, sound traveling strangely in the ravine. I didn't turn around. The trail narrowed. Or maybe it only felt like it did, because I was paying attention now. My bare feet left faint impressions in the damp soil. I remember noticing how quickly they filled in, the earth relaxing back into place, almost as soon as I lifted my weight. The idea that I should mark my path crossed my mind, then drifted away. Why would I need to? The air grew colder. My skin tightened, goosebumps rising along my arms and thighs. I wrapped my arms around myself briefly, then let them fall. Clothing would only get in the way. That thought startled me, but again, I didn't chase it. Ahead, the ravine opened into a shallow clearing. Moonlight filtered down in pale sheets, illuminating a patch of ground that looked smoother than the rest. I stepped into it and felt a pressure under my feet, firm and even, like standing on packed sand. That was when I noticed the smell. It wasn't bad, not rot, not decay. It smelled clean, empty, like cold stone after snow melts. I inhaled deeply, filling my lungs, and felt something in my chest loosen, a tension I hadn't realized was there easing away. Behind me, there was another sound. Slower this time, deliberate, a footstep, placed carefully to match my own. I stood very still. The clearing held its breath. I could feel the ground supporting me, steady and patient. Whatever was behind me did not step again. I told myself I would turn around in a moment. I just needed to feel a little lighter first. I didn't turn around. That decision felt less like a choice and more like a natural continuation of standing there. The clearing held me in place. The moonlight didn't move, and neither did the shadows at the edge of it. My skin tingled, not with fear exactly, but with awareness. Like every nerve had been gently tuned to the same frequency. The sound behind me didn't come again. Whatever had placed that careful step seemed content to wait. I took a breath and stepped forward instead. The ground sloped downward beyond the clearing, softening into a narrow path that barely deserved the name. My feet pressed into it, sinking just enough to register my weight, before the soil eased back, smoothing itself as if I'd never been there. The relief returned with each step. A loosening, a sense that I was finally moving the way I was meant to move. The forest here smelled different. Less pine, more earth, damp stone, and something faintly metallic, like cold water running over rock. I could hear that water now, too. A low murmur somewhere to my left, steady and unhurried. I followed it without thinking. Branches brushed my arms and shoulders, leaving thin lines of moisture on my skin. I passed beneath a leaning tree whose bark flaked away in my fingers when I steadied myself against it. The sensation was grounding, tactile, intimate. I felt present in my body in a way I hadn't earlier, when I was still layered in fabric and gear. It occurred to me that I was undressed more than I realized. I stopped again and looked down. In the moonlight, my skin looked pale and almost luminous against the dark ground. My socks were gone. I didn't remember taking them off. My shirt, too. I tried to recall the moment, the decision, the act of pulling it over my head. There was nothing. Just a vague impression of warmth lifting away, followed by comfort. My heart beat faster then. Not panic. Something closer to embarrassment, an instinctive urge to cover myself. I crossed my arms, suddenly aware of how exposed I was, how far I'd wandered from anything recognizable as a trail. "You're cold," a part of me insisted. "You need to go back." The forest answered before I could. The wind moved again, slow and deliberate, curling around my body instead of cutting through it. The cold softened. My skin stopped prickling. I let my arms fall back to my sides, my breath evening out. The water was closer now. I could hear it clearly, a narrow stream sliding over stone. I pushed through a final stand of brush and found myself at its edge. The bank dipped gently, the stones worn smooth and dark with moisture. The water reflected the moon in broken fragments, rippling quietly. I knelt and dipped my fingers in. The cold was intense, sharp enough to make me gasp, but it faded quickly, replaced by a deep, spreading calm. I watched my fingers pale beneath the surface, then pull back, droplets clinging to my skin before falling away. My reflection wavered in the water. It didn't quite line up with me. When I shifted my head, the reflection lagged behind by the smallest margin, like a delayed video feed. I leaned closer, squinting, and it corrected itself. Perfectly normal. I told myself I was tired, dehydrated, my brain filling in gaps with nonsense. I drank from the stream, cupping the water in my hands. It tasted clean and sharp. Better than anything from my bottles, back in the pack I'd left behind. I stayed there longer than I meant to, listening to the water and the quiet. Somewhere in the distance, something moved. Not close. Not threatening. Just present. When I stood again, my legs felt lighter still, like the ground was doing more of the work for me. I stepped away from the stream and followed its course upstream, my feet finding their way between stones without slipping. The forest opened slightly, the trees spacing themselves farther apart. The moon was higher now, or maybe the canopy was thinner. Silver light spilled across the ground, illuminating patches of bare earth interrupted by roots that rose and fell like ribs. That was when I saw the jacket. It hung from a branch ahead of me, exactly as I'd left it, sleeves straight, fabric unmoved. For a moment, relief flooded me. Proof that I hadn't gone as far as it felt. Proof that I could turn back. I approached it slowly. As I got closer, I noticed things that didn't sit right. The branch it hung from was higher than I remembered. The jacket lifted well above my eye level. The fabric looked heavier, darker, like it had absorbed more than just night air. When the breeze stirred, it didn't flutter. It swayed as a single, dense shape. I reached out and touched the sleeve. The cold shocked me. Not the clean cold of the stream, but a deep, leeching chill that seemed to pull heat from my skin. I snatched my hand back, my fingers numb and tingling. The idea of putting it back on felt wrong. Not uncomfortable. Wrong in the way you know not to press your tongue to frozen metal. I backed away, my pulse quickening. Behind me, the forest shifted. This time, I heard more than one step. They were careful, spaced evenly, matching the rhythm of my own retreat. I didn't turn. I focused on the ground ahead of me, on placing my feet quietly, on keeping my breathing steady. The sound followed. I passed the jacket and didn't look back. The trees seemed closer together now, their trunks forming a loose corridor that guided me forward. The ground sloped again, steeper this time, and I descended without effort, my body angling naturally to the grade. My skin felt tight-drawn. I glanced down and realized my pants were gone, folded neatly at the edge of the path, like they had been placed there on purpose. A laugh bubbled up in my throat and died there. My mouth was dry. My thoughts felt slippery, hard to hold onto for more than a second or two. This isn't how people get lost, I told myself. There are rules, patterns. You don't just lighten yourself away. The forest didn't contradict me. It didn't need to. The footsteps behind me stopped again as I stepped into another clearing, smaller than the last. The ground here was bare and smooth, the soil packed hard. I stood in the center of it, my bare skin catching the moonlight, and felt an unmistakable pressure rise beneath my feet. Supportive, expectant. I realized then that I couldn't hear the stream anymore. I was alone with the sound of my own, breathing in the quiet certainty that if I stayed very still, I would become even lighter. I stayed still longer than I should have. The pressure beneath my feet wasn't uncomfortable. It felt deliberate, like hands placed flat against the soles, steadying me. The packed earth held my weight evenly, without the subtle shifts and slides I'd grown used to. My breathing slowed on its own. Each inhale felt deeper than the last, as if the air itself were lighter here, easier to draw in. I tried to think about where I'd last made a real decision. The thought slipped away before I could grasp it. The clearing wasn't large, 10 steps across at most. Beyond its edge, the forest rose again. Dense and dark, the trees leaning inward, just enough to suggest a boundary. Moonlight reached the center, but died quickly toward the edges, leaving the trunks half-formed, their outlines uncertain. I became aware of a new sound. Not footsteps this time. Breathing. It wasn't loud. It didn't rush or rasp. It matched my rhythm closely enough that for several seconds, I couldn't tell it wasn't my own. When I held my breath, it paused too, lingering in the space between moments. I exhaled slowly. The sound followed. I knew, then, that turning around wouldn't help me. Whatever shared my breathing didn't need to be seen. It already knew my shape, my pace, the exact measure of my weight as it transferred from foot to foot. The ground pressed upward a little more, not lifting me, just encouraging a subtle shift. I felt it in my ankles, my calves, the gentle suggestion to relax, to let go of tension I no longer needed. My muscles loosened reluctantly, then fully. I thought about my pack, about the neat way I'd leaned it against the tree, the jacket smoothed over the branch, the boots aligned on the trail, the pants folded at the path's edge. The care of it struck me all at once. I hadn't been careless. I'd been precise. That realization made my chest tighten. I forced my shoulders back, trying to reclaim some sense of control. The pressure didn't resist me, but it didn't recede either. It simply waited. The forest shifted at the edge of the clearing. Not a step. More like a redistribution of space. The darkness there deepened, thickened, and I felt an unmistakable awareness settle on me, not predatory, not curious, but appraising. I spoke out loud for the first time since entering the ravine. "Okay," I said, my voice sounding strange in the open air. Too thin. "Okay. That's enough." The word echoed once and vanished. Nothing answered. I took a step toward the edge of the clearing. The ground yielded. Reluctantly this time, the pressure easing just enough to allow movement. The moment my foot crossed into the darker soil, the relief drained away. The cold returned, sharper than before, and my muscles tensed in response. I stepped back without thinking. The pressure returned immediately, supportive and warm. A simple, terrifying understanding settled in. This wasn't about trapping me. It wasn't about chasing or cornering me. It was about offering an alternative that felt better than resistance. I scanned the tree line, my eyes straining to separate shadow from form. The breathing was closer now, no longer trying to hide its synchronization. When I shifted my weight, it shifted too. When my shoulders rose with an inhale, the sound mirrored it perfectly. "You can't," I whispered, though I wasn't sure who I was talking to. "You can't just take people." The forest didn't argue. It didn't need to. Images surfaced unbidden. Search reports I'd skimmed online. Gear found neatly arranged. Boots placed side by side. Clothing folded or draped, untouched by weather. Phrases like paradoxical undressing floated up, stripped of context, stripped of meaning. Those people had been confused. Hypothermic. Panicked. I wasn't panicking. I felt clear. Focused. Present in my body in a way I never had before. Every sensation arrived cleanly, without static. The ground's support. The air's weightless pull. The subtle alignment of my posture, as something unseen adjusted me, gently, into a more efficient shape. The breathing shifted. It moved behind me, close enough that I could feel warmth at my back, a faint displacement of air. I held still, my teeth clenched so hard my jaw ached. A pressure settled between my shoulder blades, not a touch. Not quite, but an insistence. A reminder of the weight I still carried. My skin felt tight again. I looked down and realized the last of my clothing was gone. I didn't remember removing it. I didn't remember the moment of decision. Only the sensation of something sliding away, and the quiet relief that followed. I was lighter than I had ever been. The forest seemed to approve. The pressure beneath my feet increased, spreading upward through my legs, my hips, my spine. It wasn't lifting me off the ground. It was redistributing me, easing the strain of gravity until standing felt effortless. I understood, then, what it wanted. Not obedience. Not surrender. Balance. I thought about my name, about saying it out loud, anchoring myself to something fixed and human. The effort of forming the words felt disproportionate, heavy in a way nothing else did. I let the idea go. The clearing dimmed around the edges, the moonlight narrowing until it focused solely on where I stood. The forest beyond receded, becoming suggestion rather than place. The breathing merged completely with mine, no longer distinct. I took one careful step forward. The ground rose to meet me. Another step, and I felt my weight disperse, no longer centered in my feet, but spread evenly, diffusely, like pressure applied across a wide surface. Walking felt different, not like moving through space, but like space adjusting around me. I wondered, briefly, if anyone would find my things, if they'd note how neatly they were arranged, if they'd stand where I stood now and feel the faintest echo of support beneath their boots, just enough to make them pause. The thought drifted away, unimportant. The forest closed in, not abruptly, but with patient certainty. The last thing I remember clearly is the sensation of becoming unburdened, of finally matching the quiet efficiency of the place around me. I don't recall lying down. I don't recall falling. I only remember the relief of no longer carrying myself alone. My name is Henry Lawson, and the last clear instruction I remember receiving that evening was delivered in a ranger's tired, procedural voice, the kind meant to settle nerves rather than warn them. He told me to stay on the trail. He didn't tell me what to do. If the trail decided it no longer wanted me, I'd started late, later than I should have, but not late enough to feel reckless. The parking area still held warmth from the day. The air smelled of dry pine needles and dust, that clean, faintly sweet scent you only get after a long stretch without rain. I remember checking my watch before stepping past the wooden trailhead sign. Just after 7. Sunset was scheduled for a little after 8. I had headlamp batteries in my pack, extra layers, enough water. Nothing about the situation felt wrong. That's the part that keeps bothering me now. The ranger had leaned out of his truck window while I was lacing my boots. He asked where I was headed, and I told him the loop trail, the one that hugged the ridge and dropped back toward the creek. He nodded, like he'd already decided something about me, and said, "Just don't leave the trail. People get turned around out there." Then he smiled, the kind of smile meant to soften a warning, and drove off, gravel crunching under his tires. For the first hour, everything behaved the way it was supposed to. The path was narrow but well defined, packed dirt bordered by rocks and low brush. Every few minutes I passed a reflective marker nailed to a tree. The forest breathed around me. Wind moved through the canopy in uneven pulses, sometimes a whisper, sometimes a low, rolling sigh. Birds went quiet one by one as the light thinned. My boots found their rhythm. The steady scuff and step that lets your thoughts wander without fully losing focus. When the light started to fade, it didn't happen all at once. It drained slowly, pooling in the low places first. The trail dipped and rose, and I noticed that in the dips, the air felt cooler, heavier, like it pressed against my skin. I told myself it was just cold settling in. I'd grown up hiking. I knew how evenings worked. I reached a long straight stretch where the trail cut between two stands of fir. The trees were tall there, their trunks close together, their branches knitting overhead. The path ahead looked like a dark corridor, but I could still see the dirt beneath my feet, still feel the familiar resistance of solid ground. I slowed down, not out of fear, but out of caution. That's when I noticed the sound. At first, It was just absence. The wind dropped, as if someone had closed a door. The leaves froze in place. Even my breathing sounded too loud in my ears. I stopped walking, waiting for the forest to resume its noise. It didn't. The silence wasn't total, but it was thin, stretched tight, like it might tear if I moved too fast. I took another step. The ground felt the same. I took two more. Then I realized the reflective marker I'd been using as a reference point was no longer straight ahead of me. It was off to my left, farther than it should have been, partially obscured by a tree trunk. I assumed I'd drifted without noticing. It happens. Trails curve. Your eyes play tricks in low light. I stopped, turned my head slowly, and tried to reorient myself. The path was still there under my boots. I could see it clearly enough, a pale ribbon of dirt against darker earth. But the trees on either side looked closer now, as if the corridor had narrowed. I stood still and waited. That's when the trail moved. It didn't crumble or collapse. There was no sound of earth giving way, no dramatic shift. It slid. That's the only word that fits. The packed dirt beneath my feet stayed put, but the edges of the trail, where dirt met roots and leaf litter, began to drift sideways to my right, like the slow movement of a conveyor belt. The trees followed. Trunks leaned, not falling, just changing position, their alignment subtly skewing. I didn't feel the ground move under me. I didn't sway or stumble. I was standing still, heart pounding, while the world adjusted itself around that stillness. I stepped forward instinctively, trying to keep my balance, and my boot landed half on dirt, half on something soft and uneven. I jerked back, nearly losing my footing. When I looked down, the trail was no longer centered beneath me. It had slid far enough that I was standing at its edge, my toes brushing leaf litter and exposed roots. I turned in a slow circle, scanning for landmarks, for anything that matched the mental map I'd built over the last hour. Nothing lined up. The reflective marker was now behind me, farther away than it should have been. The straight corridor of trees was gone, replaced by a staggered arrangement that felt wrong in a way I couldn't articulate. The forest smelled different, damp and sour, like turned soil. I told myself it was an illusion. Fatigue, low light, anxiety filling in gaps. I stepped fully back onto the trail, planting both feet on the packed dirt. I stood there and counted my breaths, waiting for the world to snap back into place. It didn't. The trail continued to slide. Slowly, steadily, pulling itself away from me, as if it had developed a preference for a different direction. I watched the dirt creep, watched roots emerge where there hadn't been any seconds before. My chest tightened. I reached out and grabbed a nearby tree trunk, pressing my palm against rough bark, grounding myself in something solid. The tree felt solid, cold, real. The trail kept moving. I realized then that if I stepped with it, if I followed its sideways drift, I'd be leaving the place I was standing. I'd be choosing motion without forward progress, letting the forest decide where I went. The ranger's voice echoed in my head, stripped of its casual tone. Don't leave the trail. I stayed where I was. The light thinned further, draining color from everything it touched. Shadows stretched and overlapped, making depth hard to judge. Somewhere far off, something cracked. A branch, maybe, or a rock shifting. It sounded closer than it should have been. I tightened my grip on the tree and listened, trying to map the sound in my head, trying to remember which direction the trail had originally been heading. When I looked back down, The trail was almost completely gone from beneath me, its pale dirt now a few feet away, sliding deeper between the trees. I was standing on bare forest floor, roots pressing against the soles of my boots, the ground uneven and unfamiliar. I told myself this was still fixable. I told myself that if I stayed calm, if I waited, something would make sense again. The forest didn't respond to that thought. It just kept rearranging itself, quietly, patiently. As night settled in, and the last trace of daylight slipped away, I stayed where I was longer than felt reasonable. My hand pressed flat against the tree trunk, as if the forest might forget I existed if I let go. The silence didn't break. It deepened. It pressed inward until I could hear my pulse, a dull, insistent thud that felt too loud for the space around me. The trail finished sliding out of reach and settled somewhere to my right, a pale strip of dirt half swallowed by shadow. It didn't disappear completely. That would have been easier to explain. Instead, it lingered, just far enough away to remind me it was still there, still technically accessible if I chose to step toward it. I didn't. I told myself that moving towards something that had just moved on its own felt like a mistake I couldn't undo. I eased my hand away from the tree and shifted my weight slowly, testing the ground beneath my boots. The forest floor yielded slightly, damp leaves compressing with a soft, muffled sound. The smell was stronger here, rich and organic, like soil that hadn't seen light in a long time. I took a careful step backward, then another, trying to keep my movements small, deliberate. The trail stayed put this time. It didn't follow. That should have been reassuring. It wasn't. I reached for my headlamp and hesitated before turning it on. There's a moment, right before you introduce artificial light into deepening darkness, when your eyes feel like they might still adjust on their own. I held on to that moment longer than I should have. When I finally clicked the lamp on, the beam cut a narrow tunnel through the trees, harsh and flat compared to the fading natural light. The forest looked wrong under the lamp. Not distorted exactly, just rearranged. The trees stood at angles that suggested intention rather than chance. The spacing between them felt uneven, tight in some places, wide in others, like a room that had been furnished without regard for how people moved through it. Shadows pooled in strange shapes, clinging to the bases of trunks, stretching outward in thin fingers when I shifted my head. I swept the beam toward the trail. It was closer than I expected, the dirt brighter now, almost too bright. The edge where it met the forest floor looked sharp, clean, as if it had been cut rather than worn. I took a step toward it, then stopped. The ground between me and the trail felt subtly different underfoot, firmer in places, softer in others, like it hadn't settled yet. I listened again. Somewhere ahead of me, deeper in the trees, there was a sound I hadn't noticed before. Not movement, not an animal call. It was a low, irregular pressure, like air being pushed through a narrow space. It rose and fell without rhythm. Each time it rose, the skin on my arms prickled, as if responding to a change in atmosphere rather than sound. I told myself it was wind, moving through a stand of trees I couldn't see. I'd heard stranger noises in forests at night, but when I angled the headlamp in that direction, the beam caught on something pale and vertical that hadn't been there before. It wasn't close enough to identify clearly. It might have been a trunk stripped of bark, or a dead snag reflecting more light than the others. It stood just beyond the reach of the beam, at the edge of visibility. I didn't approach it, Instead, I turned back toward the trail and stepped onto it quickly, decisively, as if commitment alone could reset things. The packed dirt felt solid, familiar. My boots made the expected sound. For a moment, relief washed through me so strongly it left me lightheaded. Then the trail shifted under my feet. Not sideways this time. Forward. It didn't jerk or lurch. It lengthened. The dirt stretched ahead of me, unspooling into darkness, while the section behind me narrowed, thinning until it looked less like a path and more like a suggestion of one. I froze mid-step, one foot planted, the other hovering, afraid that finishing the motion might pull me somewhere I didn't intend to go. The pressure sound deepened, growing louder without getting closer. The pale vertical shape flickered at the edge of my vision. I lowered my raised foot slowly, forcing myself to complete the step. The trail held. It didn't pull me forward. It didn't slide away. It simply existed, extended and waiting. I walked. Each step felt heavier than the last, but in my muscles, but in my chest, like the air itself was thickening. The beam of my headlamp seemed weaker now, swallowed faster by the darkness ahead. The reflective markers were gone. I realized I hadn't passed one in a long time. That shouldn't have been possible. I tried to recall the map from the trailhead, the loop's gentle curve, the point where it dropped toward the creek. None of it matched what I was seeing. The trail here didn't curve or dip. It ran straight, too. Straight threading between trees that leaned inward just enough to brush my shoulders as I passed. Their branches didn't scrape or snap. They pressed lightly, like hands testing boundaries. The sound shifted again, resolving into something more defined. A soft dragging noise, intermittent, always just ahead of me. I stopped walking. The sound stopped too. I waited. After a few seconds, it resumed slower now, as if mirroring my pause. I didn't call out. I don't know why. Maybe some instinct told me that acknowledging whatever was ahead would make it real in a way I couldn't afford. Instead, I took another step. The sound matched it. Another step. Another matching drag. My throat tightened. I could feel the pressure change in my ears, a subtle pop, like descending too quickly in elevation. The forest felt closer, denser, the darkness thicker between the trees. I became acutely aware of the space behind me, of how little I could see there. I turned my head, sweeping the lamp back along the trail. It wasn't empty. The dirt behind me was smooth, unmarked by footprints. Mine were gone, not obscured or softened, gone completely, as if I'd never walked there at all. The trail behind me ended abruptly a few yards back, dissolving into forest floor that looked older, undisturbed. I stood there, breathing shallowly, understanding something without wanting to put it into words. The trail wasn't guiding me anymore. It wasn't even moving away from me now. It was closing. The path ahead narrowed almost imperceptibly, its edges creeping inward with each breath I took. The dragging sound grew closer, its rhythm sensing with the tightening space around me. I realized then that staying on the trail, following the rule I'd been given, might be exactly what had brought me here in the first place. The narrowing was slow enough that I could pretend it wasn't happening, at least for a few seconds at a time. I stood there, counting breaths, watching the beam of my headlamp skim over dirt that looked unchanged if I didn't stare too hard. When I did stare, when I fixed my eyes on the edges of the trail, I could see the movement. Not a slide. A compression. The space was being negotiated away. I stepped forward because stopping felt worse. The trail responded by holding its width, just barely, as if rewarding compliance. The dragging sound stayed ahead of me, never closer than a dozen yards, never farther either. It had weight to it now, a suggestion of friction against soil or bark. Whatever made it wasn't trying to be quiet. It was just unconcerned with whether I heard it. The air grew colder as I walked, sharp enough to sting the inside of my nose. Each breath carried a faint metallic taste, like rain that hasn't started falling yet. I noticed my shoulders had begun to hunch without my permission, my body adjusting to the closeness of the trees. Their branches no longer brushed me. They hovered inches away, perfectly still, as if waiting for a signal. I checked my watch again. The screen glowed briefly before dimming, the numbers stubborn and unreal. Just past 10. Less than 3 hours had passed since I'd stepped onto the trail. It felt longer, not in the dramatic way people describe, after frightening experiences, but in a dull, grinding way. Like time had thickened, and each minute had more substance than it should. The sound ahead of me changed again. It stopped dragging and started scraping, irregular and tentative, like something testing the surface beneath it. I slowed. The trail narrowed a fraction. I sped up. It widened just enough to allow it. The understanding settled in quietly, without panic. The trail wasn't reacting to me out of confusion. It was responsive, attentive. I wondered briefly, what would happen if I stepped off it on purpose? The thought brought a tightness to my chest that felt like warning rather than curiosity. I imagined the forest floor swallowing my foot, imagined the space snapping shut behind me. I stayed centered, eyes forward, breathing shallow and controlled. The headlamp flickered. It wasn't a full failure, just a brief dip in brightness, like a blink I hadn't initiated. I tapped a casing, adjusted the strap. The beam steadied, but the darkness ahead seemed thicker now, absorbing more light than before. The trees there didn't reflect the beam properly. Their surfaces looked matte, unfinished. The scraping sound stopped. I took one more step and felt the trail dip under my weight, not collapsing, but yielding in a way packed dirt shouldn't. I froze, balancing carefully, afraid that shifting too much would trigger something I couldn't predict. The pressure in my ears intensified, a steady squeeze that made swallowing difficult. Something moved in the darkness ahead of me, not quickly, not toward me. Just a subtle reconfiguration of space, like two trees exchanging places when I wasn't looking. The beam of my headlamp caught on that pale vertical shape again, closer now, resolved enough to see that it wasn't a tree. It was too smooth, too straight. It reflected light unevenly, as if its surface wasn't meant to be seen directly. I didn't approach it. I didn't retreat. I stood there and waited for my fear to peak and break, the way it sometimes does, leaving you clearer afterward. It didn't. It plateaued, a constant, manageable terror that kept me alert without pushing me to act. The trail behind me made a sound, a soft, dry rustle, like leaves being brushed aside. I turned, slowly, heart hammering, and saw that the dirt I'd walked on moments before was no longer smooth. It was lifting, breaking apart at the edges, its shape losing coherence. The forest floor was reclaiming it, leaf by leaf, root by root. There was no clear boundary anymore between path and ground. The rule surfaced in my mind again, stripped of context. Don't leave the trail. I was running out of trail. The pale shape ahead of me shifted, tilting slightly, and the pressure sound returned, louder now, closer. It felt like standing near heavy machinery you can't see, the air vibrating with implied force. I realized then that the sound wasn't coming from it. It was coming from the space around it, as if the forest itself was adjusting to its presence. I took a step forward. The trail held. I took another. The pale shape receded just enough to stay at the edge of the beam. The narrowing eased. The message was clear in a way that didn't require language. Follow. I don't remember deciding to do it. I only remember the relief of movement, of having a direction again. The trail lengthened as I walked, unspooling into the darkness, always just enough beneath my feet. The forest closed in tighter around it, branches nearly touching overhead, the air heavy with the smell of damp earth and old leaves. Time lost meaning somewhere along that stretch. My watch stopped responding. The headlamp dimmed and brightened unpredictably, but never went out. The pale shape stayed ahead of me, never resolving fully, never allowing itself to be examined. The pressure sound became a constant backdrop, as steady as my own breathing. Eventually, the trail leveled out. The trees thinned slightly, enough to let the darkness feel less oppressive. The pale shape stopped moving. I stopped too, my legs trembling, my throat raw from breathing air that felt too thick. The shape shifted one last time, turning just enough for the headlamp beam to glance off its surface. For a fraction of a second, I thought I saw texture there, shallow impressions arranged in a pattern that suggested repetition rather than design. Then the beam slid away, and the moment passed. The trail ended, not abruptly. It simply lost definition, its dirt blending seamlessly into the forest floor, until there was no clear line marking where it had been. The pressure sound faded. The forest exhaled, leaves stirring softly for the first time in hours. I stood there until my legs ached, and my hands went numb. Nothing else happened. No movement. No sound beyond the normal night noises slowly returning, tentative and distant. When dawn finally came, it came all at once, gray light seeping between the trees, revealing a perfectly ordinary forest. I was standing a few yards off a well-marked trail, one I recognized immediately. A short walk brought me to a familiar bend, then to the parking area. The ranger truck was there, parked crookedly, as if abandoned in a hurry. I didn't see the ranger. I didn't wait for him. I left the park that morning with dirt on my boots and no clear explanation for where I'd been. Search teams later told me I'd never left the trail at all, that there was no sign of disturbance, no reason to think anything unusual had happened. They were right, in a way. The trail never left me behind. It just showed me how easily it could take me somewhere else, and how careful I'd need to be, from now on, about where I chose to stand still. My name is Victor Hale, and I am saying it out loud because the night keeps trying to take pieces of me when I stay quiet. I said it when the light finally thinned behind the ridge, and the air cooled all at once, like a hand turned down a dimmer. I said it again when the trail ended in broken stone and the sound began, a low humming that pressed against my teeth and settled into my chest like a second heartbeat. I told myself it was wind, or distant traffic carried strange by the valley, or the way rocks talk to each other when they cool. I kept walking because nothing about the place looked wrong. The wrongness was in how steady the sound was, how it didn't fade when I stopped. The boulder field spread out below me, a spill of gray shapes stacked and wedged, and tilted at impossible angles, each one dusted with pale lichen that caught the last of the light. I could still smell sun, warmed stone, mineral and dust, and the sharp green of crushed grass where the trail thinned and vanished. My headlamp was off. I didn't need it yet. The moon was up, thin but bright enough to draw edges. I tested the first rock with my boot, felt it hold, then shifted my weight. The hum tightened, like a throat clearing. I stood still. The sound didn't get louder. It got clearer. It broke into layers, a vibration under a vibration. A pattern that made my skin itch, as if someone were tapping out instructions. I had forgotten how to read. I thought of those roadside signs. You don't notice until they're behind you. How the message only makes sense when you've already passed it. The hum felt like that.
Step here, not there. Wait now.
I told myself I was tired. I had started late, pushed the last mile because the weather was holding, and I wanted the view from the ridge before full dark. My pack straps creaked when I shifted. The sound threaded through the creek without being disturbed. I turned my head slowly, listening. Every rock seemed to have a voice, but the voices agreed with each other. That was the unsettling part. Noise usually fights itself. This didn't. I switched on my headlamp. The beam flattened the stones into bright faces and black voids. The hum thinned but didn't go away. It slid to the edges of the light, like it preferred not to be seen. I took another step, then another, counting my breath, because that's what you do when your footing matters. Inhale, place, exhale, commit. The rhythm helped until it didn't. The sound matched me. It learned my pace and set itself half a beat ahead. I reached a larger slab, shoulder high, split down the middle. A faint breeze flowed through the gap, carrying a smell I couldn't place at first. Not rot, not water. Something old and clean like iron left in rain and dried. I rested my palm against the stone to steady myself, and felt the vibration there, not strong enough to move my hand, just enough to tell me it was real. The hum felt warmer through the rock, like a body under blankets. I laughed once, too loud, and the sound vanished into the field without an echo. My laugh didn't come back to me. The hum did. I checked my phone. No signal. The time glowed at me. I remember thinking had changed much since the last time I looked, and then realizing I didn't remember when that had been. The headlamp beam caught dust hanging in the air, motes drifting like snow that refused to fall. When I breathed out, the dust moved sideways, not away. I took that as a sign to stop, to turn back. I lifted my foot to pivot. The instruction came then, not as words, not as a voice. It was a pressure, a relief when I leaned the right way, a tightening when I didn't. I've had vertigo before. This wasn't that. This was like the ground itself had opinions about me. I put my foot down where the relief was strongest and felt stupidly grateful. I moved deeper into the field. The trail was gone behind me, swallowed by the geometry of stone. The moon slid behind a cloud, and the headlamp became everything. The hum rose and fell with the beam, swelling when the light grazed certain edges, fading when it crossed others. I learned quickly to angle the light, where the sound softened. I learned to trust the absence more than the presence. Somewhere upslope, a small rock shifted and clicked. I froze. The sound traveled. A cascade waiting to happen, but it stopped. The hum wrapped around the click and held it in place. I told myself again that this was just a field of rocks at night, that fields of rocks are alive with small movements, with temperature changes and settling. I told myself that the body is good at finding patterns even when there are none. I kept moving because standing still felt worse. I don't know how long I'd been there when I heard the dogs. Not close. Far enough that the sound was more idea than noise, a bark thinned by distance and night. Relief flooded me, sudden and embarrassing. I yelled back, my voice cracking, and the hum pressed harder, as if to say no. I yelled again. The bark cut off. I waited for it to resume. It didn't. The field sloped down into a shallow bowl, where the stones were smaller, more numerous. The sound was strongest there, so strong it made my jaw ache. I felt it in my sinuses, behind my eyes. I crouched to adjust my bootlace, and the pressure eased. That's when I noticed how good it felt to be low, how the air seemed thicker near the ground, more supportive. I stayed crouched longer than I needed to. When I stood, the relief vanished. I tried to turn around then, really tried. The instruction tightened, the hum pulling my balance forward, making the stones behind me feel less solid, less trustworthy. I could still have forced it. I know that now. At the time, the idea of stepping into that wrongness made my stomach clench. I told myself I would go just a little farther, find a place to sit, wait for full dark to pass. That was reasonable. That was what the sound wanted me to think. My headlamp flickered, just once, enough to spike my heart. I smacked it with my palm and the beam steadied. The hum smooth, satisfied. I moved toward a flat slab that looked like a table laid for me. The stone was warmer there, or maybe my hand was shaking. I set my pack down, careful to place it where the relief was greatest. When I straightened, the bowl felt like a room with the doors closed. I heard footsteps then, or thought I did. A scuff, a slide. I called out, softer this time. My voice fell into the stones and didn't come back. The hum swelled. Not angry, not urgent. Patient. It was telling me what to do next. Lay down, don't look back. Stay where the pressure disappears. I sat on the slab. The relief poured through me, a loosening I hadn't realized I needed. The sound softened, smoothed into something almost pleasant. I lay back, my pack as a pillow, the stone cool against my spine. The headlamp beam pointed up, painting the underside of a rock with white light. Dust drifted sideways through it. I closed my eyes for a second, just to see if the hum would stop. It didn't. It wrapped around me and held me still. I woke to the sound changing, not stopping, just loosening its grip enough for me to notice my own breathing again. The hum had thinned into a pulse, slower now, like it was conserving energy. My mouth tasted of dust. When I swallowed, my throat clicked and the click echoed inside my head instead of the air. I didn't open my eyes right away. The stone under my back felt flatter than it should have, as if I'd been fitted into it. My hands were numb where they rested on my stomach, fingers curled without my permission. When I did open my eyes, the headlamp was still on. The beam had shifted, and now cut a white wedge across the bowl, catching the edges of dozens of stones and leaving the spaces between them black and deep. The moon was gone. The cloud cover had thickened into a lid. The air smelled different, colder, with a faint wetness that hadn't been there before. I lay still and listened. The hum was quieter, but it was closer. I could feel it in my teeth again, a faint ache that pulsed with the sound. I pressed my tongue to the roof of my mouth and tasted metal. Somewhere beyond the bowl, something moved, a careful shuffle that stopped when I focused on it. I told myself it was a rock settling, a delayed cascade. I told myself a lot of things and none of them stuck. I sat up slowly. The relief vanished in a rush, replaced by a pressure that made my vision narrow. The instruction tightened. Stay low. Don't look back. I ignored it long enough to swing my legs over the side of the slab. My boots scraped stone, and the scrape sent a ripple through the hum. A displeased tremor. I froze, then eased my weight forward inch by inch until my feet found purchase. The bowl felt smaller upright. The stones leaned toward me, their faces catching the headlamp and reflecting it back at odd angles. I picked my way toward the edge, where the slope rose, aiming for the line I thought I'd come down. The sound followed, always just ahead, always easing when my foot landed, right and tightening when it didn't. I hated how quickly I learned its rules. I heard the dogs again. This time they were closer, close enough I could tell there were at least two of them. The sound threaded through the stones, broken and thin, but real. Relief hit me so hard my knees shook. I yelled, loud enough to hurt my throat, and waved my headlamp, sweeping the beam across the field. The hum surged, sharp now, a warning. The barking stopped mid-note, cut off as if someone had closed a door. I stood there with my arm raised, the beam trembling. The silence after the bark was heavy, the kind that presses on your ears. Then I heard voices, low and distant, carried the wrong way by the wind. I couldn't make out words, just cadence. I shouted again. The sound answered me by easing, coaxing, pulling my balance forward. Step here, not there. I took a step back instead. The pressure spiked, hard enough to make my vision spark. I stumbled and caught myself on a stone that shifted under my hand. The hum jumped, a sharp staccato, and the stone locked in place as if it had never moved. My palm tingled where I'd touched it, the vibration lingering like static. I pulled my hand away and held it to my chest. The voices came again, closer now. A flashlight beam flickered across the upper slope, brief and weak, then vanished. I yelled until my voice cracked. I forced myself to move uphill, placing my feet deliberately wrong, just to prove I could. Each step felt like walking against a current. The sound pushed at my knees, my hips, my spine. I made it 3 steps before the field took one of them away. The stone under my right foot slid. Not far, just enough. I went down hard, the impact knocking the air from my lungs. Pain flared along my side. The headlamp spun and the beam skated across the stones, disorienting. The hum roared, triumphant, then settled. I lay there gasping, the pressure easing as I stayed low. The instruction softened into approval. Lie down. Stay. I rolled onto my back and stared at the slice of sky above the bowl. Clouds slid past, thick and fast, no stars between them. The voices were closer now, close enough that I could hear the clink of gear, the low murmur of coordination. A dog barked once, sharp and excited, then fell silent. I held my breath and listened. The dog's handler swore. The word carried, flat and frustrated. Another voice answered. The beam of a flashlight skimmed the edge of the bowl and stopped. I watched it hesitate, then pull back. The hum swelled, not loud, just firm. The pressure pressed me down, a hand between my shoulders. Don't look back. Won't cross, someone said. He won't cross the rocks. Another voice, closer now, tired. Try the other side. A second dog whined. The sound cut through me, sharp with need. I tried to sit up and the pressure pinned me. My chest tightened, breath shallow and fast. The hum smoothed, soothing, as if to say this was better. I clawed at the stone with numb fingers and managed to get onto my side. The relief returned in a rush and I hated myself for it. The lights moved away, beams bobbing, voices fading upslope. I yelled again, weaker now, my throat raw. The sound took my voice and folded it into itself, leaving nothing to echo. The bowl felt deeper. The stones seemed closer together, their edges sharper. I pressed my face to the cool surface and breathed in the mineral smell until my head spun. Time did strange things then. The hum slowed. My thoughts did too. I remember thinking about how search reports describe scenes like this, how they list weather and terrain and equipment found, how they say, "No further sign." I remember thinking that if I stayed very still, I could disappear between the words. The pressure was when I lay flat. My pack was still where I'd left it, close enough to touch. I slid my arm under it and felt the familiar shape ground me. The headlamp dimmed, the beam yellowing. The hum softened into a lull. Lie down. Don't look back. The instruction felt kind. I closed my eyes because keeping them open hurt. The sound held me there, steady and patient, as the night pressed closer around the bowl. I drifted in and out of shallow sleep, the kind that never lets you forget where you are. Every time my head tipped too far into it, the hum nudged me back, not harshly, just enough to keep me aware. My body felt heavy in a way that didn't hurt, like the weight of a good blanket pressing you into a mattress. The pressure was constant now, a steady reassurance that I was exactly where I was supposed to be. The air cooled further. Moisture gathered on my face and lashes, a fine mist that smelled faintly of stone and cold soil. When I breathed in deeply, my chest tightened, but the relief came when I stayed shallow. The instruction had learned me completely by then. I didn't test it anymore. Somewhere far above, wind moved through trees. The sound barely reached the bowl, arriving thin and stripped of urgency. I tried to picture the slope beyond the rocks, the trail cutting back into dirt and roots, the normal geometry of the world. The image slid away from me, incomplete, like a map with the center rubbed out. The hum shifted as the night thinned. It didn't fade with the darkness. It adapted to the quiet that comes before morning, smoothing itself into a softer vibration that traveled along the stones instead of through the air. I felt it under my shoulder blades, along my hips, at the back of my skull. When I moved my hand, the vibration followed, stronger when I touched certain surfaces, weaker when I didn't. I learned not to reach. Light crept back in without warning. Not the sun, not yet. Just a grayness that loosened the edges of things. The headlamp finally dimmed to nothing, the beam collapsing inward with a small, private click. I didn't miss it. The bowl held its own light now, diffuse and even, making it hard to tell depth. The stones looked flatter, closer together, as if the field had gently exhaled during the night. I heard voices again, closer than before. No excitement in them this time. Just methodical talk, the cadence of people doing a job they've done too often. I wanted to answer. I wanted to lift my head and shout and wave my arms. The pressure settled heavier between my shoulders, not painful, just firm. Stay. Don't look back. A beam of light brushed the upper edge of the bowl and paused. I watched it, heart hammering, waiting for it to dip down toward me. It didn't. It traced the line of rocks like a finger following a border, then slid away. Footsteps crunched on dirt beyond the stones, the sound clean and familiar. A dog whined, close enough that I could hear its breath, the faint jingle of its collar. Easy, someone said. The word carried clearly now, round and human. No, don't. The dog barked once, sharp and frustrated. The sound cut off abruptly, replaced by a low growl that made my skin prickle. The handler cursed under his breath. I could hear the leash strain, the scuff of boots as someone braced. "He won't cross," the handler said. "He's planting." Another voice, older, resigned. "Mark it. We'll grid the perimeter." The pressure eased as I lay still, satisfied. The hum smoothed, almost content. I tried to lift my head anyway, just an inch. The stones around me seemed to rise, the relief draining away until my vision tunneled. I let my head fall back. The world steadied. Approval returned. The voices moved on. The dog's whine faded into distance, replaced by the clatter of gear and the scrape of boots on gravel. I listened until there was nothing left to listen to but the hum and my own breathing. The bowl felt complete again. As the light strengthened, details sharpened. I noticed small things I hadn't before. The way certain stones fit together too neatly, seams aligning across gaps. The faint polish on surfaces where no water flowed. The way dust had settled in thin, even layers that didn't match the slope. I traced one of the seams with my eyes and felt the vibration strengthen there. A quiet insistence. I thought about standing up one last time, about forcing my legs to work, about the first step back toward the edge. The idea felt distant, theoretical, like remembering how to swim while lying in bed. The relief of staying was immediate and real. My muscles loosened further, sinking into the stone as if it were soft. The sun crested the ridge at last. Light spilled into the bowl, pale and cold, touching everything at once. The hum didn't stop. It adjusted, threading itself through the new soundscape. Less noticeable now that the world was louder. Birds called from the trees beyond the rocks. The calls sounded flat, stripped of echo. I watched my breath fog in the morning air. Each exhale felt like letting go of something small. The pressure pressed me down, aligning my spine, settling my weight. Lie down. Stay. The instruction was complete. I don't know when the search officially ended. I know they found my pack later, placed neatly where the slab met the smaller stones. I know my boot prints stopped at the edge of the field and didn't resume on the other side. I know the dogs refused to cross the stones, no matter how many times they were brought back. I'm still here, as much as a person can be. The day has fully arrived above the bowl, and the light keeps moving, sliding across the rocks, in a way that makes time feel optional. The hum holds steady, a constant under everything else. It doesn't need to give instructions anymore. I don't look back.